Welcome to AccioJob's Frontend course. This is your instructor Jayesh, and in this video series we're going to be building the clone of popular website Zomato, which you can see on the screen right now. It is the basic homepage. We're going to be building this using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So even if you don't know or are not familiar that much with just JavaScript or DOM manipulation or HTML or CSS, don't worry about it. I'm going to be explaining all of these things, like whatever we're going to use, however you're going to use it, and also I'm going to describe the best practices and how to do that, and every other thing, like every folder structure and how the file should be structured, and like all the data that should be given in the website. As you can see, I have just visited zomato.com on my computer right now, and if you visit that, like you can see anything that is there. This is a beautiful homepage, right, with these animations on hover of it, and you can see the hover animation here. Also there are different sections which are divided, and also you can see the small animation with this arrow here, and when you close it you can close it, and there are multiple accordions here. These are known as accordions in HTML, which you don't need to worry about right now. This is just an introduction video to show you what we'll be working on actually. Now you can see that this is the footer. Also we'll be building all of this using plain HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I'll give you a preview of what we are going to be building here. Like this is what we are building. This is the deployed link. You can also visit this and see what we are building. This is, as you can see, pretty similar with the same search bar and all of these sections, and also this hover animation here, and you can see the hover animation is here also. Not, it is a subtle animation, but yeah, it's there. Also you can see the exact same animation in accordion here. The accordion also exact same. You can change however you want, and you can see the footer section is also the exact same. Also I've added an extra thing here. If you want to add your name after the completion of the project, you can do that. So you can see it is very similar, right? It is the exact same basically, and it is only created using HTML and CSS and JavaScript. Minimal JavaScript here is used basically just for the accordion part, nothing else. And mostly we are going to do this without any libraries except the font libraries, I mean the icon libraries. You can see the icons here, like I'm using the phone icon or this location icon or this down arrow, this search icon, or even these specific things. Now for these icons, most of them I'm going to be using the feather icons. As you can see on my screen right now, feather icons are really easy to implement, and they can be used without downloading anything or just adding a simple script tag in HTML. If you don't know that, don't worry about it, we'll talk about it later. And there are some icons which are not there, for example the brand logos. For that we are going to be using Font Awesome. You can like visit this website and take a look at all the icons that you can find, and it is pretty easy to find icons. You can, for example, search for the search icon, and I'll find the search icon here, and I can just use this in my HTML code. This is very simple. We'll be using this also, and also like what are the best practices, and how do we create a project like this, how do we work on it, like how to scale it and all. Although HTML is not really now used in production, like since mostly JavaScript is used, but don't worry, this is how you get started. And even if you want to create HTML, you need to know how to, I mean if you want to create a complex website, you need to know how to create the HTML markup of it. And I'm here going to explain the best practices that you should follow. So I'm going to do that, and yeah, this is it. And also yeah, before I forget, this is fully responsive. As you can see for the iPad screen, this is responsive. This is like changing everything in size, and this is still fine. And if I change it to the phone size, this is also perfect. Like everything is working perfectly. This is what we are going to be building. This is exactly like Zomato. If you visit the Zomato website and try to do it like this, it is the exact same, as you can see, right? All the things are the same. Even if it is responsive like in the exact same way, everything is the exact same. So yeah, we're going to be building it like that. The code is also provided for you. I will code along with you, and in this video I'm going to give you the basic overview of the code, how the folder structure is formed, how the files are being structured, and just like basically show you how the whole code is working, right? I will just show you the code and explain it to you one by one, and in the later videos we are going to start to like code the videos. Okay, so I have already made a Figma so that I can show you how the code is being divided, right? So we are going to divide the code into various components. This is a desktop version, this is a phone version. We are going to be making it responsive, as you've already seen in the previous video. What we are doing is like dividing into components. The first component, as you can see, would be wait, I'll just show you this part. As you can see my mouse, yeah. So this is the component that we are first building. This is a navbar. Okay, so this is the navigation component, and then this is the top component. Okay, there like the page would be divided into multiple components. That is why it would be easier for you to understand and code the whole thing. And also, like you can see, these are like similar, they have the same template, only the data inside of them is different, right? So this is the reason we are going to be building components and then just copying and pasting the code. Ideally, if you're making a project like a React thing or any other JavaScript framework, or even if you are building in normal JavaScript, what happens is you just build a template out of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then you can reuse that and change the data inside it. Okay, so this is what we are going to be doing in this specific video. Like, I'm just going to explain you the component that we are going to be building. So the first component was this navbar component. This is the navbar part, as you can see. Wait, I'll just see if this is possible. Right. Yeah, so this is the navbar part, only this part, as you can see. Right. After this, what happens is in this part, like this is the above component, the image that you can see. That is the top component that we're going to do. This will have this Zomato logo and this discover best food, and this is the city, and then this is the search part. Now the search part would also be a separate component in case you want to use the input component again, the similar way. This would have a separate thing, like this is the location icon, and then this is the drop down, and this is the actual search the restaurant cuisine, the input box, right? And after that, we can see this is the different reasons component. You can see this is the whole component. These are the similar things, just with different data inside them, right? As you know, like you can see the image is different, the title is different, and subtext is different. So we're just going to be building one of these and then adding an image in them and then giving them the title and then the subtext here, as you can see. And then we are going to be copy and paste, like we are going to copy and paste the code, and then we are going to be like having the whole thing, right? The next thing is the collections part. Again, you can see in the collection, this is the title, this is the subtext, and this is the link that we have to the different page. Ideally, we are not building the different page, but in Zomato there is, as you can see. Yeah, so here what happens is this is a separate component. This is a separate component with the different data. As you can see here, the data is different, right? This is the image is different. Again, the title is different and subtext is different. Otherwise, the arrow where the text is placed, the heading, everything is the same. So this is another component. Now in the popular localities part also, as you can see, all of them are the same. Just this thing is different. Like the data inside them is different, right? And except that, now you can see this will be another separate component. Get the Zomato app component, right? This component, and then you can see the input is here, but we are not going to be like using the exact same. We are going to be building a different input. As you can see, these are different, right? So we're going to be building a different component for this. This is a button component, again another component, and these are two images. Okay, Zomato also uses images, so I prefer to use images. Yeah, because you get these from Google Play and Apple Store. After this, you can see the options component. These are multiple options, and in this we have built a single component which has multiple, like basically a template for a component, and then there are different things. Now lastly is the footer. In this footer, we are like, this will be also separated than the other whole part, and here we have the column. These are the columns, right? These are also the similar things like the components. We can build this once and then copy paste the code. So as you can see that most of the code we are going to be building is copying and pasting. The main part or the understanding part is to just build it for one time. Now you can see here is the code that we are going to be doing. I have like collapsed it so that you understand it better. Ideally the code is of 660 lines, but you don't need to worry about that, since we are basically, what would happen is only mostly 100 lines are the important parts of the code that we write, and the other things are just like copying and pasting of the code, as I already told you, since the components are pretty much the same. Now as you can see, firstly I have divided the whole thing into multiple parts. Firstly is the header. Header is this part, which is basically just the navbar. It just contains a navbar. You can contain multiple things inside of that, but for now it is just the header, yeah, navbar. So this is the first part. In the body, as you can see, otherwise the head, you can see this is the other meta tags and all. I will explain them to you as you go on, but not right now. So in the body part, you just need to know HTML. HTML has a head and a body, right? In the head part, you just have the basic tags, and in the body part, you have the whole body of what you are actually going to be seeing here. Wait, I'll just show you what you are seeing here, right? Yeah. And now the next thing is the main part in the header. As you can see, the navbar. Navbar, we will have a user icon and we have a left and right part. Now, what are the user icon and left and right part? This is the icon part, and this is the left. This is the left part. Here is the icon, and this is the right part. This is very easy. We are going to be building this left and right parts, and this is the navbar. Okay. The next part is the image part. As you can see, ideally I could have added that into the top part, but I directly did that like position. It is a CSS property, position fix. When you do the position, position fix. Yeah, what you do is whenever you do position fixed, the image just stays there, right? If you can see, it is just there, and it is in the background. So I just did that. That is why I added the image directly here. I could have added it into the top part. Now I told you there is a component called top. This component is here top, right? In this component, we have the center content, since this is in the center, so center component, and then we have the image again. This image is the main logo, basically this logo, right? And in this image, then you can see what, you have the H1, discover the best food and drinks, right? Yeah, so this is basically how the component is going to be created. These are the best practices that I've followed, and you will also follow in this course as we go along. Yeah, so we created this component. Firstly, we created the whole image part, and then we created the whole part, then the center data where the data is actually stored, and in that we have the logo, we have the actual thing, and then we will have the search container. Yeah, so you can see this is the search container, right? If I open this up, you can see the location, the line, and the search part. Here is the location part, the line, and the search part. So these are also different components. After this, let's close this up and move on to the next component. After the top, the main body part. Now what the main body is, I've just named it myself. You can also name it anything you want. What I thought was this would be the best, like from here after the image to here, like before this footer and explore option and all. As you can see, app section I've created, actually main body is above this, the app section is this part, and then the explore options is this part, as I've already added. This is pretty self-explanatory. Now this is a good practice whenever you're writing to code. For example, if I just look at the code right now, and like I do not know the code, I've basically visited it for the first time, and I look at the code and the output together, right? Now I'm easily able to understand what each part of the code does, right? This is how you always aim to write the code. Here, as you can see, as you know, if I've added the header, you know the header would be at the top part, at the navigation part. That is the navigation bar, right? Even if you haven't actually read the code, you basically know this is the header part. Next is the main part. You know the main part would be the part which has all the data here, right? This is the main part. So I've already added the main part, and then we have the footer. So already the code is pretty self-explanatory, right? So this is what we are going to aim to build, so that anyone, even if they don't know the code, they have just seen the output and they are looking at the code for the first time, they can understand what it actually does, right? Like what is the top meaning, like where would be the top? Top would be obviously at the top, so here is the top, and then you have the main body. Where would be the main body? In the main part, right after the top. Similarly, we have in the main body, let's open the main body now. Here there are options. The first part is the options part, right? This is the options, and each options, like in the options part, there are multiple options. Like in option, there are one option, there is an image, and similarly, you have option 2, option 3, 3 options, right? One option, 2 options, 3 options. So each option is just copy pasted with different data. That is what we are going to be building. Like in each video, what I'm trying to do is, in each video, we will build separate components and then combine them together in the component that we had built in the previous video. That is the whole aim of this, explaining this to you first, right? After that, we have the collections. In the collections, you can see I have the heading of collections and the description, obviously, right, since the description is also needed. After that, we have this collections list. In this collections list, we have multiple collections. Like this is one collection, this is the second, this is the third, and this is the fourth. This just means 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are 4 different collections, right? After this, we have the popular localities part. I will close the collections list and show you the popular locality section. Right? I have separated it into sections, as I already told you before. Sections or components, basically the same thing. Now in the popular localities, you can see there is a locality, like in popular localities. Yeah, firstly the title of that, this is the title, and then there are localities, multiple localities. If I open this, I can see locality 1, locality 2, locality 3, so many localities, right? All of them are here. Now we have arranged them using the different grid and CSS layouts, CSS grid and flex layouts, as I told you in the previous video. We are going to be using that too. Yeah. After the localities, you can see this is the app section, right? This is the actual Zomato app which they have on their websites. So I've named that app section. You can see this app section has the content, right? What is the content? Content is the phone image. This is the phone image and the actual Zomato information. These are the two things, right? So this app section had one image and one information. Okay, we have created that. Now we move on to the next explore options part. Explore options is this. Now explore options would have the title. You can like now understand this, start to understand the code. You have the options, and then you are going to have each part, like the description of it, like the each actual option, explore option. Now you can see I have basically named them accordions, and these are accordions. Once you open them, you can like get this. This is known as an accordion in HTML. So I've made multiple accordions, and there are like 4 accordions, right? And basically I've copy pasted the entire thing. Like I am not changing the inner data. You can change that when you code actually, and this is just the title of that. I've just changed the title, right? And after this, you can easily see this is the footer. I'll just close the main body part since we already understood close the popular localities, close the collections, and closing the main body now since we understood that code, and the app section also we understood. Now the explore options is also done, so I'll just close the main part. Yeah, in the footer has the firstly footer. What would footer have? This is the dark gray a grayish background, as you can see. That is the footer, and then since we have to actually have the content here, I've created another div for that. Div is just basically like a box. We have added a box inside another box. That is it. So this is a big gray box, and the smaller part where you can see all the data. As you can see, there is a space in between, that is known as padding. So that padding is there. This is a very simple footer data. And in this footer data also we would have the top section. In this top section we have the logo, and then we have the India thing and the English thing to change the language and the country. And then we have the middle part, and then we have the end part. As you can see in the code also, this will be reflected. We have the footer top, we have the middle, and then we have the end. Right. In the top, as you can see, there would be a logo image and the row part. Row is row is just this, like whenever elements are aligned one by one, one after the other, that is basically a row. So I've just named this to be a row, since this is also a row, this is also a row, and this is also a row. So yeah, I've just created it in a simple form, name it once, and then we can use it everywhere. Right. Now after that, we go here. Let's see what this is. This is the end part. In the end part, yeah. So I have added, just copy pasted the exact same from Zomato. Like this is the license and everything like that. After this, I've also added a separate thing where I added my name. You can do that too when we reach the footer. That would ideally be the last video, since the footer is at the last. We're going to be following this exact thing that I told you, right? And we're going to be building it one by one. After this, as you can see, this is the whole page. This is done. This is the whole thing that we're going to be building. You just got to look at the whole code, what we are going to be coding. As now you can see at the last, I've added this script and another script. These two scripts are nothing but basically feather icons. I told you that we are going to be using these icons, right? The feather icons. Now how to use them? To use them, we just have to go to this website, feathericon.com, click on get started, and then we can go to this GitHub, and whatever they say, we just have to follow that. That is how we add a package or another icon library or anything into our JavaScript or into our code. Like we can use these icons in our own code. We can do this like this. I just copied this entire thing. This is how you actually do that. This is the script, as you saw, right? I will, don't worry, I will explain that in the later videos when we use this as well. But right now, I'm just showing you that it is possible. Otherwise, we just have these two other things. And instead of that, apart from this, we also have the link for the font of some icons. As you can see here, I opened the head tag and here it is. And these are the style sheets that I've created. Now, why have I created multiple style sheets? What happens is when you have a single page, right? As you can see, this is a 660 lines of code, which is a lot and it is hard to understand, right? So it is obviously better to divide your code always, but right now I couldn't divide it, right? Because we are using simple HTML and nothing else. So it is better to just have it in a single thing. But the styles, we can divide the styles, like every component here. As you can see here in this part, like this part, this is the top part, this is the Navbar, this is the collections part, this is the options part, and then these are the popular localities, and every other section, app section, the explore option section, the footer, everything would have their own styles. This is so that you can understand these are the best practices that we are following, right? So you need to know how to do that in the industry too. Whenever you are coding, you just have to make sure that you divide the parts, make it smaller and smaller so that it is easier for anyone to understand. Okay. So that is why what I've done is I've divided the whole styles into different parts. Firstly, we have the index CSS. This means this style would be applied to everything. Like this is the global file, global CSS file, which is the source of truth. Every main thing that we have to set up is here. After this, we have the app part, the explore part, the footer part, main part, nav part, and top part. These are all CSS files. All the CSS, give me a second, yeah. All the CSS code might be confusing and look like a lot, but don't worry, we'll explain that and we'll explore that as we go. So this is how we are structuring the folders. Now you can see the folders, like you can see the styles, the index HTML. Don't worry about the README. This is just to show you what the actual thing is in the GitHub to show. Nothing more than that. After that, we have the script files. Why have I added the script files? To add the accordion, right? Whenever you click on this is an interaction, and all the interactions are handled by JavaScript. So that is what basically this file is. These are only 10 lines. I will explain them in detail once we reach there. And the index file, I've just added an index file since it's practice. And if you want to add any more JavaScript to it, which is global to the whole page, you will add it here. So we name it index. This is just convention. Whenever you start a project, the initial file, the first file that you always go to is the index.html file, right? Index is the name basically. Now, if you want to add it for the styles would also be index.css. The extension just changes. For JavaScript, you have the index.js file. Similarly, yeah, that is just the whole thing. Now, otherwise, how do we use these images, like these social images, this image, the India logo, or this logo image? How do we get these images? I have added another assets folder where I've stored all the images so that the code is neat. Now the assets, inside the asset there are images. If you want to add audios, if you want to add videos later, if you want to modify the sound code according to your needs, you can do that. Like you can easily simplify that. Yeah, also in software, what happens is whenever you're trying to build something, whenever you're trying to build a project, you try to future proof it. For example, you want to add videos, you can easily add that here in this kind of folder structure, so that you don't have to refactor a lot of code. That is the whole point of having a good folder structure, following best practices, and easily understanding the code, right? Now here I have the favicon. Favicon is just basically this icon that you see, right? And in the India logo and the actual Zomato logo, right? These are the three images that we have. Only three images. Otherwise, we're just going to be using these. These are actual icons from Font that I already told about, and these are proper links. Like image SRC, the image SRC, the HTTPS thing. These are those images. Okay. So this is it. Now what we are going to be doing is we are going to just initialize the project so that you get comfortable with it, right? So let's open this. You can open your terminal here, and then what you have to do is you just have to do cd, and then you can do, you actually are there already. Like I'm just going to do it here. I'm going to make a directory called Zomato-clone -code. You can do that too if you want. We created the directory. I'm just going to cd into that directory, right? And then open it in VS Code. These are the commands that I followed. Right. Yes, now it's open in VS Code. We need to create the folder structure first, right? We need to structure how the whole thing is created. So the first folder I'm going to create is the assets folder. It is not necessary to create that, but yeah, I just created that. The next file is the index.html file, as we saw, not in the assets folder, outside the assets folder. We have the index.html file. Here all the HTML would go. Then we will also have the styles folder where all the styles are there, and then we will also have the scripts folder where all the JavaScript for the project will be written. As you can see, the code is pretty similar to the one we have here, except with the exception of readme.md file. This is just to inform other people, like if you read this, like this is just a popular clone of website. So just to tell people without actually going through the code, what the code actually does. That is the purpose of readme. We don't need the readme here, so I'm not going to add it. And the style.css file, you can add the index.css file, as I told you. And the scripts, you can add the index.js file. And in the assets part, you can have another folder called images. You can get the images from GitHub only. Since I already have them on my computer, I'm just going to copy all of these images and then paste it in the exact same folder, right? I created. You can also do that. You can get the images here. So now the images are in this project, right? If you push this code to GitHub, these files would also get pushed, and you can deploy that and you can view those images very easily, right? So we have created the basic folder structure. To get started with HTML, we just do this, and this is the meta tags, and in this just change the title to Zomato. As you can see, this is the Zomato website. We just change the title to Zomato, and if we go live right now, we will be able to see a blank page with nothing but Zomato here. Okay. Now also, let's also do something else in this video. I know it's getting long, but yeah, this is the last thing we're going to be doing. Like, we just change this logo. As you can see, this is Zomato here, but Zomato can't be seen here. For this, as you can see in this, the actual code that I wrote, which code we're going to be building. In the head tag, we always add a meta tag for the icon. Like, this is the link for the icon, this is a meta tag. What this does is, you have the link with the relation of icon, right? And the type is image and X icon. You don't have to specify that, but it is better to do that for convention and for SEO purposes, for web crawling and all, web crawlers and all. Yeah. After that, we have to add the href. Href is basically where the image is being stored. So you just add that there. We just add it in the top, and you'll be able to see if you refresh this page that you already have this logo here. We're going to be building this specific navbar, as you can see on my screen. This is the navbar with the Git app, investor relation, ad restaurant and all. We are not going to be making it responsive in this video. The responsiveness is going to be done at the end for the whole website. For now, we're just going to be making this specific navbar. Yeah. So, and also we are going to be adding some basic styling and all in the index.css. But the main issue in this thing is, in the clone of a website is, we have to use the exact dimensions and the font size and all. So I'm going to be taking the reference of the code I have already written, right? I'm going to explain every line, so don't worry about it. I'm just going to copy and paste a few lines of code so that I don't have to write the exact same values, since I don't obviously remember the values what are there in every font size and all. So I'm just going to do that, okay? So I'm going to take the reference of this code. So you don't need to worry about that. Okay, so let's start with it. Firstly, we'll start with the index.css file, and initially we'll have to add it in the head tag, obviously, to get access to that. So I'll just add link with the relation of the style sheet, and then the type would be of text/css, and the href, just where the file is, which is going to be styles/index.css. So this is our link tag. Our style has been tagged. Now let's see. I just write hello world here. We left off here in the video in the last time, right? So I'm just going to write hello world to see if the styling has been applied. To just check the styling, I'm just going to add a styling to the body, where the body would be background color of blue. Not like an actual styling, but just to check if the styling is working or not. So let's see our output. As you can see, this is working. Hello world is also there. That means everything is connected. CSS is connected and the HTML is also being done, right? So we can remove this now. Now to start with it, firstly, we'll add the styling to every single line of code, that's margin 0 and padding 0. By default, because what happens is, by default HTML applies some styling. We do not need the styling. We're going to style everything ourselves. So we just remove that. Also, we need to have the box sizing of border box. Yeah, this is so that everything has a border is created with a border. That is it, no other things. Yeah, after that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to add the styling to the body where overflow X is hidden. This means that if, for example, if we have some issues, like for example, if we created something that has like multiple lines, it will be cut and it will just take the whole single body of it, instead of just overflowing it and having a scroll bar on the, since we don't need the horizontal scroll bar, right? This is just a prevention thing. It is not needed, but yeah, it's good to have a prevention. That's why we added that. The next thing, as you can see here, we also need a, you can see that we're going to need a custom font, right? Now to add the custom font, where are we getting the custom font from? We need free fonts. So to get free fonts, we just go to Google Fonts. You can visit this URL, fonts.google.com. And here for Zomato part, I've already written in the README, as you can see, Zomato uses the Okra font that is not publicly available. It is a paid version, so we are going to use the Open Sans font, right? And we're going to go to Google Fonts, type in Open Sans, select this, and select what are we going to need. We're going to need the regular part. We're going to select the regular, and then what do we need? We need a medium. Also, we need the semi-bold and the bold, right? We selected all of these, and then you can just take the import statement in the style part. You can just copy this line, and you can paste it here, right? This is the exact same line I have here. I have seen 200, 400, 500, and 700. Wait, let's see 200, 400. Oh, I've also added 600. We can remove that. So this is how, if you want to add any more and you don't want to visit the website, you can easily add the font weights here. For example, if you want 800, you can add it here and it will be applied, right? Also, this is the simple HTML styling. Now what this HTML styling is, this is basically setting the font to open sans. You can get it from here also. This is the exact same thing. I have added it to the HTML since we need to have the styling in every single file. So I've added it there. This is the scroll behavior of smooth. This is because if you want to click on, ideally we're not using that here, but if you click on a link and then we want to scroll it somewhere, it will like smoothly scroll. Or if we open this and all, you can remove that line also, but yeah, it's good to have in case you want to modify this later. So we just add it there, right? And this thing, like if you want to, if you know about the units of rem and m and everything, those are relative units, right? Those are relative to the font size that you have in the body. Now here the font size is, we have decreased the font size because of like Zomato has also done that, and we want to make the website as close as possible to Zomato's website. So we've done that. Ideally, by default, the value is 16px, but we have reduced it since the font sizes are a bit smaller and everything. Like we can change that obviously if you want to, but I prefer to do it like that since I was like also doing looking at the Zomato website and trying to make the exact thing. So you need the exact fonts, right? That is the only reason I've done this. You can obviously skip it if you want, but I would prefer if you do it like it would be better if you do it this way. And you can see the bodies there. And in the A tag, why have I done this? A is text decoration done. This is a global style, right? Now anchor tags are just links. If you normally add an anchor tag without this styling, I'll just comment this line out and I'll try to add the anchor tag ahref. I'll just add anything here right now. I'll just add a slash, and if I add here home, what would happen is nothing, right? If you, I mean, in the output part, you can see this home. As you can see, this has like a link part, right? There is a styling which you don't need. So to remove this styling, I've just added the text decoration to be done, the underline part. If I do check out this now, the underline is not there. So this is just removing the default styling from the anchor tag. That's why we've done this. Yeah. Next, I've added the row and column part. What happens is, whenever you style, there is a display flex property in CSS. What it does is it creates two elements into a row. Like this is a global style. You do not need this right now, but it is better to have since you don't, obviously you never want to continuously write the same code. So I'm just writing it out once, and I'm just, whenever I want to use it in the CSS part, I'm just going to do it like this. For example, I'll just show you an example. These are two elements. I want them to be in a row. Or wait, I'll just create a div with the class of row. No styling is applied right now to the row. Now if I add an element called another element called block, and I have another element, I mean I'll just add two blocks and then give these the styling. Yeah, now I have block, and I will show you the block styling here. I won't add anything to the row right now, but to the block. Let's see what happens. I'll give it a width of 100px, the height also of 100px, and the background color of red, and I'll give it a margin of maybe 1 rem. Okay, 1 rem means 10px. Now as you can see, these are one after the other. What if I want to have them in a row, like line by line? For that I can use display flex. Now as you see that the div has a class of row, I want this to apply the styling here, so I can do this display of flex. It by default the flex direction is of row, so I don't need to add this line. I can remove this line. As you can see, this is 10px of margin with each of them. Here is it is 20px because 10px for this, 10px for this. And you can see the margin is here, right? They are arranged in a row. Now similarly, if I want to create this as a column, for the column I'll need to just change the flex direction to column. I'll give it a display of flex and the flex direction of column. Now if I want to see this into column, I'll need to change it in the HTML. Instead of the row, I'll write the column here, and you can see they are arranged into column again. So this is the only thing that I've changed. I've added the row and the column, and I can remove the block now. I do not need that, and we do not need all of this, right? So this is the default styling that we have in our whole page. You can see nothing right now since it doesn't have an effect, but the main basic styling is done. And we also have the font. As you saw, the font was also changed earlier. So yeah, we have this font, we have added the font size, we have made the body and all. So this is it. This is the basic styling that we have done. The next thing would be to add the navigation bar, right? Now what is the navigation bar? This is the main name of the project. Like this, now we are starting with the page, so we are going to make this basically the navbar. And as you can see, this is the color white, and if I try to again do the white part, it won't work. So for that, I'm going to firstly wait. I'll just show you that. Firstly, we create a header, since this is at the top of the page. So this is a header, right? This is the header, and inside the header we are going to have the navbar. This is a nav component. This is the semantic UI. I mean the semantic what do you call it? Semantic tags. These tell you what this actually is, like sections and the navbar. So I'm just adding a navbar inside the header, nothing else. Yeah. So now, since this is the white text, we won't be able to see this on the white screen we have here. So for that, I'm just going to give the background to the header. Also, to, like I earlier told you about the different styling we are doing, right? To separate the styling into multiple pages, I'm just going to separate it and create another CSS file. I'll just copy and paste it and create a nav.css file, so that we have the CSS of all the nav things separately. Here I can have the header, and for the header I can have the background color of black for now, and nothing is here since we haven't added actually anything there. Also, I'll give it a width of 100%, since we wanted to take the whole space, the header, not the nav. Nav is just 80%, I think. As you can see, the nav is not taking up the whole space. There is some gap here. So for that, what the nav is doing in the nav part, also there are two parts to the nav, right? This is the left part and this is the right part. There are two different things that are done. So for that, I'm going to create a div class of left. Let's give it the name of nav-left, since it's the nav part, and also the nav right. So this is the left and right parts. Also, there is another thing we need. In this part, we can create, these can be considered as nav elements, right? Simple nav elements. So we can give this a class of nav element. This is a nav element. Each element, there are multiple elements here. This is one element in the left side, and there are 4 elements on the right side, right? So I'm going to add 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we have 4 elements. Now in the first part, we have the icon. I'll get to the icon later, but first let's write here get the app, and in the left side, investor relation, address, login, and sign up. Investor relations address, login, and sign up. Add restaurant, login, sign up. So this is it that we are, and let's see what happens here. Since the text color is not there, we have to give the text color to, right? For now, I'll just give the color of white. As you can see, all of them are here only, but we need to align them properly. So how do we do that? To do that, we can get the nav. We can give it a width of 80% firstly, since we want to keep it short. Since this is, like, as you can see, this is not taking up the whole space, we give it the width of 80%. And then what we can do is we can give it a display of flex. As we saw, we want to convert it into a row, right? So this is a row, this is the left part, this is the right part, and then this is the 80% of thing, the 80% width. And let's see in the actual styling that I have here. As you can see, this is the position absolute. Why have I given this? So that it is just at the top of it. Also, you will see why I have given position absolute later in the video, because of the other thing that we're going to add. And because, like, if we add any other things, they will be below this, but we want this image, the background image, to be behind that. So that is why I've added position absolute. You don't need to worry about that right now. You will see that in the next video, the upcoming video, I mean. So in the position, just write here position absolute for now, and you'll be able to see there is absolutely no difference. But yeah, so after that, we can see the font weight is 200. This is normal. This is a bit lighter than the normal font. This is the normal font. This is a bit lighter, right? So that is why we have added the font weight of 200 in this. This is just because why am I adding this? Like, why am I taking the reference of it? As I already told you, since this is a Zomato website, we have to keep that in mind, right? So I'm just going to do that. Flex wrap should be no wrap. This is so that it doesn't, like, actually this line is also not needed. You can even remove this line. So I can have the background of transparent. I'm going to add the background transparent here, since this is a transparent background ideally. For the nav part, not for the header. Header is just black only. I'm just adding a background for transparent right now. Display flex we have already added. Now what the align item center does is it just aligns the item to the center. Like this is the center of the whole page, so this will just align it to the center. Like since the width is here this much only right now for now. So yeah. After that we have the justify content space between align item center. What it does is it basically does it like this. Like this is the center of this. These both are at the center of each other. Basically, that is what align item does. Justify content center would do space between. What would do it? It will like gap the elements. There would be a gap in between, space between, space. There would be space in between. So as you can see, this is what it does. And to make it like in the absolute center of the whole header, the nav. So what we have to do is we have to give it a margin of auto. This margin is auto, that is why as you can see the automatically taking up all the margin and it like spaced it, right? And after that what we have the why have I done user select none. This is because so that the user cannot like do it like this. Like if you see it like this, I can do it like this, right? This is not really good. So I don't want the user to do that. I don't want the user to highlight the links. So for that I'm just using user select to be none. And in this code also I won't be able to do that now, not able to select. So this is just that. After that I just need to, as you can see, there is some space here above and below, right? But here the above space is not there and nowhere else. So for that we need to give the padding. Padding is just basically what happens outside the div, right? Outside the box. So I'm giving the padding here. The exact value is 1.7 rem 0 px. 1.7 rem is basically 17 px since it's in the index.js. We have given it the font size of 10 px. So rem means multiplied by 10 px right now, multiplied by the font size. So 1.7 multiplied by 10 is 17. So 17 px of padding on the top and bottom. This is padding top and bottom, and this is shorthand for writing padding top and bottom, and then padding left and right, top bottom left right. This is it. So if we save this, and we can see there's a padding on top and bottom of this whole data, the nav part, right? And after this we can see the margin is auto and the color is this specific color. This is white color only. Instead of here I've just added it there, and this is the RGB part of the white color. As you can see, if you hover over it, this is white only. This is another way of writing white. You can also write it in the hex part, for example hashtag FFF or FFFFFF, 6 Fs, 3 or 6. Yeah, this is the exact same thing as you can see. And this is how we have created our basic navbar. So this is where we left off last time with the navbar here, this part of navbar, and we created the basic code and the basic CSS for it. Right, now we're going to complete this specific navbar. So first let's see what the navbar should look like. Yeah, as you can see there's an icon here, right? So we're going to introduce icons first in this video. Yeah, so the icon here that we're using is the feather icons. Okay, and the feather icons, if you search for the phone icon, we are using the smartphone icon, right? So to use these icons, what you have to do is you have to go to this website feather icons. So click on get started and then just scroll down, and you can see this script tag, right? This is just the specific code you have to add in your own CSS, just like Bootstrap, simple enough. Just add it there, and then you can use these icons in your own code just by doing it like this, right? I'll show you the example. We'll copy this specific line and we'll paste it below the header, above the body at the last part, and then we'll also have to copy this specific script. Okay, we'll just copy and paste it here. Now if you want to use the icon, we can use it like this, using the I tag, and inside of that we can use the data feather attribute. You don't have to worry about how it works, since like feather icon will taking care of that using the script and all. So let's see if we want to add this. This is a navigation element, so just add it there, and let's see if it is working in the browser. As you can see, what have we added? We have added a circle. So yeah, a circle is here. Now if you want to add the smartphone, what we will have to do is we have to, instead of circle, naming it circle, what we will do is we will name it smartphone. And we can see the smartphone is here. Now this is in the exact same way. What we can do is we can simply just get any of the icons you want from just searching here on the feather icons website, just searching here and then clicking on, like, getting the name of that, and then just writing the same name in the I tag, in the data feather attribute. Okay, so this is how we import icon in our specific code. Now one thing we left in the last video was, since this is a nav bar, right, this is a navigation bar, what would happen is if we click on this, we will go to a different page, click on this, go to a different page, and so on, right? So to do that, we would need anchor tags, which link websites among like web pages with each other, right? So what we have to do is, instead of just writing the text here, I will add an ahref tag. In href for now, I will just add a hashtag since we do not have a specific page yet. So I'm going to do this for every single one of the parts. Okay, so I'll just add ahref again equals to hashtag, and then do the same thing here, and then just the exact same thing here also. I'll just try to do it here fast, very fast. And instead of this, I will just copy it and I'll just paste it there, right? So this is very simple. We have created a simple navigation bar without any styling for now. I'll just create the styling also. Let's start with the styling now. Since we have the element properly now, as we have seen, we have all the links. Just log in extra. Now we have all the links here, right? As you can see, these are all the links. These are not visible right now due to the styling of the link, but yeah, yes, they are there. Now what we have to do is we have to go to the nav.css, since that is where we are styling everything, and then we go to the nav and then dot nav element. Since this is the class of nav element, right, we're just targeting this to style it. We are targeting it here, and what we have to do is the first thing should be the color. Color is white, as you can see. Actually no, it won't work properly, so we will have to target it specifically, the anchor tag, and give it a color of white, right? Now you can see these are white, but also in the nav element there is a padding. As you can see, I was taking the reference to this element which this code which I've already created, right? So I have to take reference to this since we are going to make it a clone, and the clone should be as close to the original thing as possible. So yeah, the nav item has a padding bottom, as you can see, of 1 rem. Most of the properties there are not needed that I've done. So yeah, I'm going to be skipping most of the properties there, so don't worry about that, but it is going to look the exact same. As you can see, there is a padding on the bottom of that 1 rem, right? 1 rem basically means 10 px for now, since we have already discussed that font size is 10 px. So rem is the value multiplied by the rem value, which is 10 px. So 1 multiplied by 10 is 10 px. That is why the padding bottom is 10 px for now. And then there is a border width something, but since the border color is transparent, we shouldn't be able to see it. So yeah, I'm just going to copy and paste this specific part. This is the border style. Border style solid just means without any dotted things or without any dashes, the complete line, right? But the color is transparent, so we won't be able to see that. Now, why have I added this property? These are not important, or these are like useful in any way. This is just so that just because the Zomato has added that, and to create an extra bit of padding there, like just a very small amount of padding there. Yeah, so we added there. Wait, do we actually yeah, I'll just add it, copy and paste it there. You can use the exact same property. Border style is solid, border color is transparent, since the color is transparent, and the width is the 0px and 0.2 rem, which is the 0.2 rem width on top and bottom parts. Okay, this is the top, bottom, and I mean the left and right parts, like this, right? Now the next thing we want is, we want it, like, since these are in a line, right? So we want it to be of the display of flex, since we want to arrange them in a row, and since we want to align them center, like align them to the center, we just give it the align center part, so that they are like to the center of each other, right? Since we want it to be in the center, and it looks very good when it's the center. Yeah, so we did that. And then after that, there should be a gap there, right? There should be a gap in between them, the space between them. Yeah, that space is 5px only. I've actually went up in the Zomato website and take a look at it. So you can give it the gap of 5 pixels. Oh, I mean, yeah, 5 pixels, and you can see in the output part. Wait a second, I'll just arrange the code like this. Yes. So you can see there is a gap of 5 pixels in between them, right? Now the font size, we have to fix the font size also. So for by default, the font size here in the nav element A is font size is 1.4 rem, right, which is 14px. But 14px is actually the bigger size. Yeah, as you can see, this is the font size, and you can see, since whenever we visit the website, it should be like a normal thing. So yeah, this is a normal link. We have visited that. We don't actually need to do anything else, since this is already proper. All these properties are not important right now, so actually adding them. I've just added them for the sake of it. You don't have to add that. So I'll just add the font weight part. As you can see, the weight is by default, normal is 400 only, by default is 400 only, but just to specify in case we ever change the normal, I've just added 400. After this, what we will do is we will change the right part, since this is the right part, right? And in this part we have nav left and then we have the nav right, so we will change the nav right so that they all are in a single line. To get them in a single line, what property do we use? We use display flex. This will convert them into a row and they are all in the single row, right? Now since these are all in the single row, as you can see in the right part, I've just done display flex, nothing else. And this part now, for each specific element, since there is a space in between everyone, right? This is a space, this is space, this is space, this is space, yeah. So to add this space, we are using margin here, like the margin of right, the rightmost margin of each element to be 2 rem. We can easily do that by doing nav dot nav right dot nav element and a, right? So this means in the navigation, in the right part, in the element, each element, the a tag, this is the styling that we are going to do. The styling is the margin right should be of 2 rem. As you can see, now the space is there, the 2 rem is there. After that, we just need the font size. The font size is kind of bigger than this font size. This font size is smaller and this is bigger. So that is what we are going to do. 2 rem, and then the font size should be 1.8 rem. Since it is given here, it is in the Zomato website, and it is a bit lighter. Instead of 400, which is the normal weight, it is a bit lighter. So we are going to change the font weight to 200. Okay, it is a bit lighter. That is it. And we also have a padding, extra padding of 0.8 rem, just for the sake of it. Since Zomato does it that way, that is why we are just doing it that way. So this is the whole navigation bar that we have created. As you can see, it is the exact same as the actual Zomato thing, right? This is the actual Zomato, and we have just changed the color for now so that we don't actually have to worry about looking at it. Since if I remove this background color, you'll be able to see nothing there. So that is why I just added the background color back. For now, we will remove it in the next video when we move on to the top bar, right? So what we did in this video was nothing but basically just this is what we had done already. So now what we did was we added the styling to the navigation element, which means every single one of these elements, right? We added the icon, we gave it some space, we saw the display flex properties, we also gave it the margin right so that they get aligned properly. Yeah, so basically that is it. That is how we style this navigation element. Now since we have done the navigation, we are going to be doing the top section again. This top bar where we have the image, we have Zomato logo, we have this title, discover the best food and drinks. You can add the city here. I'm in Delhi NCR, since that is why I have added the Delhi NCR part. And then there is this input box. Okay, so let's get started. So to get this, firstly we have to go to the HTML. Let's close this up. Firstly the left part, the right part, and the navigation part. Let's close this. And now since this is the main part of the page, I'm going to give it the class of main. The semantic tag of main, right? After this, I have the image. Okay, like since this is the image, actually, yeah. Or instead of this, I'll just give it a top section. Let's give it a section. I'll give it the class of top. Okay, we will have everything here in the top section. And now I can give it the image with the src. I will give the image src of the HTTPS link. Okay, so this image will not be stored in a local computer, local file system, but instead I'm getting it from the Zomato website only, wherever Zomato stored this image. Right now I'm not doing anything, so I'm just adding the alt tag here. I'll just give it the background image tag, and I will also give it a class of background image. Okay, so this is it. I've added the class. The next part would be to actually have the top thing. This would be the position absolute, so we don't need to worry about this. But here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the image of logo again. I'm going to have the logo image src. Again, the image logo, I have actually downloaded the logo here. This is the logo.png. So to have this logo.png, what we have to do is we just have to write /assets/images/logo.png. Okay, as you can see, it auto-completed. VS Code automatically found where the file was situated. I just added a slash, right? And I can write the alt tag as Zomato logo. Okay, so this is the Zomato logo. I've saved this. Next thing is this is the h1 tag. So I'm just going to have an h1 tag with this text, the same text. So I'm going to have the h1 tag and I will have this text. But as you can see, this is a bit bolder, right? So I'm going to wrap this in a span tag since we have to highlight it specifically. For that, we just use a span tag. What div that like there's a difference between the div and a span tag. What happens in a div tag? Div creates the blocks, right? If I create this is a div, so it is taking up the whole space. This whole space is taken up by this specific text line, right? But if I want to highlight only specific part of the text, like only this Delhi NCR part, this is bolder as you can see than this. I am also, if I want to change the color or anything, I can do that also. But for now, I'm just like changing, adding it to a span instead of having a bold line. Okay, because in case I want to change the color in the future sometimes, so I'm just going to have a span tag with the class of city. Okay, so that just I can just have the Delhi NCR separately, right? Have the Delhi NCR also. The next step would be to have the search container, this search container that is given. So I'm just going to give it the I'm just going to give it a div class of search container. We'll create this later. Right now, let's focus on the other part. Let's focus on doing the other things. I am keeping it empty as of now. So this is what it looks like. As you can see, I refresh the page and this is what it looks like. This is not really good. So let's just try to focus it again. Let's try to give it some styling in CSS. To give the styling, I'll create a separate top.css file where we'll just do the CSS for this specific top part. Okay. So what we can do is let's connect this in the HTML file. Here I just copy and paste the exact same thing so that we have the top.css, right? Top.css is connected. Now what we need is we need to firstly get the top tag, right? Or actually .top, and this we have to give it a position of relative so that it is like positioned properly in the top, right? As you can see, the image is also here, but we don't need to worry about that. We'll keep we'll take care of the styling later, like the width and the height of the image and everything like that. We'll think of that later, but for now let's just do this. We have the top, right? The position is relative, and the height according to the Zomato website, as you can see, this is a specific height, right? So this specific height is using calculated using calc function. What this does is for example, if you want to calculate some mathematical value, do some basic arithmetic like plus, minus, multiplication and all, you can do that in CSS for like different values or variables using the calc function. Just look at this 100 VH. I want the height to be 100 VH minus 30 rem. Now VH here means viewport height, the height of the viewport, which means this whole page. If I just reduce this height, the height would change, right? The height is longer now instead of as compared to the width. So that is why I've added the 100 VH part minus 30 rem. So this is what Zomato uses. That is why I've used that. So this is the top part, right? We have this height. Similarly, what we need is we need to have the maximum height and minimum height so that it doesn't take up this much space only, or if the screen is bigger, it should not take a lot of space, right? Since our image is only a few dimensions, like the aspect ratio of the image is limited, right? And the quality of the image is limited. That is why we have to use per units so that it doesn't exceed a specific height. So for that, I have the exact values here only. The other code that I told you I'd be referring. So as you can see, the minimum height that the div can take is 42 rem, and the maximum height it can take is 57 rem, which just means 42 pixels and 57 pixels according to the rem units that we talked about earlier, right? Similarly, we need to have the margin bottom. Why is that? That it will be evident in the next video, because as you can see, there is this part, right? This is the 40px. This is the margin bottom. That is why we have just added it there. I just added there. You can just also add it. Don't worry about it. Now what we need is in the top part we have the background image, right? The background image. In this background image, we don't have the image right now. I'll just copy and paste the same link. Like this is the actual image link from Zomato. You can't actually get that. You'll have to go to the Zomato website and get it. But instead of that, I've just copied and pasted already. So I'm going to add it here in the SRC. As you can see, the image would be here, right? the image is here, but we can't see anything else. But that is not the whole thing, right? We want to actually have the image at the background, at the behind part of it. So we are going to add CSS to that. Now, let's take a look at the CSS. As in the CSS, firstly, what we have to do is, since this is position relative, what would happen is when we use position absolute with position relative, it will position it absolutely, to the relatively to the div with the parent div, right? Just take a look at it now. If I do position absolute right now, what would happen is all the other things that were there, they will come up, but you can't see them right now. So for that, we have to move it behind that. Consider this is the screen, right? This is the screen. There are multiple layers on top of it. On the top layer, currently the image is there, right? So to move the image to the background, what we have to do is we have to take this layer and move it backwards. To move it backwards, I will give it a Z index. This is Z axis, like there are multiple axes. This is Y axis, this is Y axis, this is X axis, this is the X axis, this is the Y axis, and Z axis is like this, towards the screen and away from the screen. So I need the Z axis to be -1 so that it is in the background at below 0, right? As you can see, everything is above it now and it is at the top. Now if I want to position it at the position that I want, it should be top 0 and left should be 0, right? And the Z index is -1. So you can see it is taking up the proper height and all. Let's see. Yeah. Also, we have to give it a specific height since it is taking up any height at once. We are going to copy the exact same units from here, from the previous div. As you can see, we are just copying the exact same max height, max width and height so that it doesn't exceed the top part. Okay. As you can see, it took up the space, but now what we need is, it is not taking up the whole space. Like, it is not taking up the whole image, it is maintaining the aspect ratio. But what we want is, as you can see, it is a bit zoomed in, right? So to zoom in, there is a property in CSS called object fit. We can do it to cover. What cover does is, wait a second, this should be object fit, should be cover. Yeah. So it will actually cover the whole thing, but we haven't given it a width specifically. So it is like just taking up whatever width is in its aspect ratio. So we have to give it a width of 100%. And now you can see 100% of the thing is taken. And instead of instead of having the height more than that, it is just taking the height that we require it to take. As you can see, the exact same height. And then it is zooming in the image so that it fills up the whole space. So that is known as object fit cover. Even if you crop the image, that is known as the cover crop. Okay. So that is how we have done that. Yeah. Let's move on to the next part. Now what would happen is the actual content that we have, like this content, the actual image and all, we can have it inside of another div called center content, since this is in the center, right? As you can see, this is in the center. So we will name it center content, and add all of these things inside of the center content. Let's go to the CSS part. In the top part, we will select the center content. Okay. Now the center content, what this will do it will also be positioned absolutely, right? So that we want to do it in the center. Like there are multiple ways to do it in the center. One could be have the parent div to be display flex and then align native center, justify content center. But in this case, what is happening is this is not exactly the center. Okay, like we are giving it a margin bottom. Like from the bottom, it is at a certain distance. We want it to be always stay there. Since the screen might change, the screen size might change. If you see, if the screen changes, it positions differently, right? So there is this gap, this specific gap, which should always be there. That is in the Zomato website. That is why I've done that. So for that, what we'll have to do is we have to give it a bottom. I don't exactly know the value. Yeah, the bottom is there. It should be pushed from the bottom for this height, like for this number of pixels. So I can do that. Calculate. I'll have to just do bottom to be calculate, and the value that I've actually copied, 50%. I mean the 50% of the whole thing minus 50% of the whole thing minus 11.5. So it is between, then subtracted a bit, subtracted by 11.1 pixels. That is the only thing. Like Zomato has done that, so that is why I've done that. There is no other reason to that. Similarly, we can do the left 50%. What this will do it will position it from here to here. The whole center content, the whole things, this Zomato logo, the discover, and the other input box, we haven't created that yet, but everything will be pushed in the center by 50%. Now the problem here, what would occur is it is exactly 50%. Like whenever we do that, the scale, the axis starts of every div starts from here, or from the extreme left of it. So what we need is we want the div to be pushed 50% again to the right side. So to do that, we can use a transform property in CSS, transform, and second, translate x, only translate the x-axis to 50% on right. Now since 50% on the left side, like on the right, 50% on the, we wanted to move 50% on the left side, right? So 50% on the right side is normally 50%. So we just have to do it minus 50%. It's opposite of the right side. If you see, it is exactly in the center now, in the left and right side, and from the bottom, it is at the perfect space that we wanted to do, right? So this is what we have done. Yeah. Other than that, what we have done is we need to, since this is like, as you can see, this is up this and this and this. This is like a column, right? So as we discussed in the first video, if you remember, not the actual first video, the coding first video, we created this column part, right? Now there are two things that you can do. Either you can, in the top part, like in the center content, give it a class of column, right? It will do the exact same thing here, right? Display flex and flex direction column. Or instead of doing that, you can also, instead of removing column here, you can also do it like this, like display flex, the exact same thing, but instead of doing that, they're just writing some extra code. But also after this, we need it to be in the center, right? This should be in the center. As you can see, this is in the center, this is in the center, everything is in the center. So to do that, we need to use justify content center and align item center. It will align it in the horizontal axis and the vertical axis center, in the center. Like if the elements are here, it will move them here, right? So as you can see, these are in the center now properly. Yeah, and here the center content should have the width of 100%. The width should be 100%, but everything should be in the center. So that is, I've just added a width. It is not necessary, but you can do that. The width of 100%. Okay. Now the next step would be to have this logo at the proper dimensions. Since this is a smaller logo as compared to this, you will just change the dimensions here. Now to get the exact dimension, I'm going to take reference of this. As you can see, the height and the width, we are just giving the height and the width, 6 rem, which is 6px, and 30 rem is 30px, and the position is relative. Since the position should be relative to the center content, right? So we're just doing that. If I refresh the page, this should, okay, the main logo, I have to give it a class of main logo. I think I forgot that. Yeah, here just give it a class of main dash logo. Now you can see it is the proper size, right? And what happens is, now we need to style this h1 to look like this. How do we make it look like this? We have the h1 tag. We can access it in CSS by doing, wait a second, this is main. In the main part, we have the top section, and now in the top section we have the h1 tag. Now in the h1 tag, we can change the color to white, right? The color is white, and then we have the font weight of 200, I think, right? We have the font weight 200. This is a bit lighter, and then let's see what is the font size of it. I'm not sure about the font size. Wait a second. H1 font size is 3.6 rem, which is 36px. Font size is 36 rem. It is better to, oh wait a second, 13. Yes. Now as you can see, this is the exact same thing, right? And yeah, text align center, it should be in the center. It is already in the center, but just to reinforce, we are making it to the center. Okay, so we have the exact same styling. Other than that, there is a margin between these. So this is the space. So how are we giving the space? We can, like, there are two ways to give the space. We can either give the padding for that, or we can give the margin to this so that it pushes it above. So we are giving it the margin this time. We give it a margin. Wait a second. Margin top, so that it only gives the margin on top as 3 rem. Oh wait, was it 3 rem or 3 rem? So as you can see, it is properly done that. And in the h1 we have the font weight of 200, but for some reason, as you can see, font weight is not working. So let's go back to the index.css file, and you can see here we do not have the 200 font weight. So like I told you in the first video where we explained the CSS fonts, we can just add the weight like this, like by adding the number and then semicolon. So as you can see, it should do that now. It is still not doing it. Wait a second. In the index CSS, we have 200, 400, 500. In the top, we have the font weight as 200. Should work. Ideally, yeah, it is working since 200. This is 200 only. So I'll have to add the Delhi NCR part. This is a bit bolder. So in the main, in the top, I dot place. What I can do is I can have the font weight to be 400. And this should be a bit. Let's debug it. Why is it not working? This is a normal text. This is a city. It is working properly, and in the city part, wait a second, for the city I think we have not instead of place we have to add city to make it a bit bolder. We also have the 400 weight part, so let's go back to CSS. We have the 400 also. Open sans, and this is open sans serif. This is fine, right? I think my refresh is not working. This is 200 only, right? Nice. So yeah, this is what we have done right now. We have created this. Basically, there seems to be an error. Name h1. Wait a second. In the main top h1 only. This is fine. Yeah, I think there is some issue with the styling right now, but don't worry about that. We'll fix it later. Yeah, before I forget, as you can see, this is now black background is not needed since the image is already there. So we can remove the black background from the nav.css part. We can just go to nav.css and remove the background color from the header. And we can see this is transparent. This is very good. Look, like this is looking very good. And we have basically created the whole food and drinks part, the center section. Now we just need to create this specific part. Now what we have to do is we have to create this input part. Now I'm going to explain it to you how it's made. Firstly, we have this whole div. This is the white color div. And in this what happens is we have an icon, we have an input, and we have another icon. Then we have, like, this is one component, and then we have this line, and then we have this other component with the search icon and the whole input part. Okay, so we are going to divide this into multiple parts. That is why in the index.html part what would happen is in the search container, firstly we have the div for the location part, the location part. So we have the location, and in this location we have the location icon. So first, to get the icon, what we have to do is we have to use the data feather part that we used earlier in the nav part where we got this icon. Similarly, we have to do this data feather equal to what icon do we want. We have on the location icon. Let's go to the feather icon part and search for location. We have the map pin, so we'll write map dash pin, right? We have the map pin part, and now the next thing is we need an input part. We just add the input. Actually, I'll just copy, since this is all the things we have to add, like WCA1, Ashoka Road and all. The example address, I have already added that in the HTML part, so we just have to copy that input, right? I'll just copy this input. This is the normal input with a class, nothing else. I copied it with this placeholder. This whole cannot place New Delhi, New Delhi. This is the demo address that Zomato uses. So this is what it looks like right now. We have this map pin, we have this Ashoka Road part. The next thing we need is this icon, right? Now what is this icon? Let's go and find this out in the data feather part. Chevron down, right? This is the chevron down. So we use this input data feather, data dash feather, chevron down. Okay, and then we need then what we need is, wait a second. Let's see, we have this icon also. The next part we need is this line. Now this component is over, the location component is over, so we can close this now. Like, this location part is over. The next thing we need is a line, so I'm just going to create a div, and then we'll give it a width and the height so that it looks like a line. So yeah, you can also use an HR part, but I prefer to use a div, so I'm just going to name it line. After this, what we have is we have another component for the actual search dish, search component, right? In the search, what do I have? First I have the icon, so I'm going to give it an icon again, this data feather. What icon do we want? We just go here and we just search for search, and we have the search icon. So I write search here, and we have the search icon. The next part would be the input. Let's name this input search input, right? And this would be of the type of, actually I'll just copy and paste the exact same thing again, since we just need it. This is the placeholder. We need search for rest of the Xeno dish search box with the class of search box instead of search input. It is the same thing basically. Let's see what we have now. As you can see, we have this whole thing, right? This is a normal div, then there is a line div. There you can see nothing because we haven't added any CSS there, and then that. Now what is happening is we need all of them in the same line. So the search container should be a row, right? So again, that I told you earlier, this should be this container. Since these are 3 different divs and we want to be in a line, I can either add row here, or in the CSS part I can give the specific row thing directly. So I'll just use the search container, and in CSS I will go to top, and then I'll add main.top.search container. And in the search container, what do we have? We have the display. We want the display to be flex. The flex direction should be column. Oh, sorry, row. So by default also it's row, so we just give it row. And the the background here is white. So I'll just write white. As you can see, the white background color is also there, right? Or wait, I think it's not white. It is a separate, kind of different color. And also, as you can see, if you zoom in, there is a border here, right? So we also need to have that border. So that exact value I don't remember it right now, so I'm just going to copy and paste it from the reference code that I have. As you can see, this is the background color is white only. The border radius, what is the border radius? As you can see, this is right now pointed, right? Very pointed, right? So instead of having it at a very pointed edge, like having an exact edge, we will have a rounded edge. So to have the rounded edge, we give it a border radius. We have the border radius of 0.8 rem. As you see, it has a border radius now. Also, as you can see, there is some space between everything, right? So that is a padding. What is the exact value of padding? Let me just see. Actually, instead of the padding, there is another thing we can do. We can give it a specific height, and the things in between are automatically generated. Also, as you can see, there should be some space here, right? That looks ugly, and there is some space here. So the space is 3.4 rem. Again, like in the previous part, in the H1 we gave margin top, we are giving the margin top again with 3.5 rem, 3.4 rem I mean. Actually it's 3 rem only, not 3.4. So yeah, as you can see, there is a gap there. After that, what we need is the height is 5.4 rem and the border is this. You don't need the box shadow part. Box shadow is basically a shadow here if you look very closely, but the shadow isn't needed because of the image only, so you can remove that. But I mean, you don't need the shadow. So you can see this is working perfectly. Also, yeah, also what we need is, since these are, like, if you take a look at them in a line, these are not specifically aligned properly. So to do that, what we have to do is we have to do align items center, as we already discussed. Now they are all in the center of each other, and yeah, justify content should also be center, so that it is, actually we don't need to have the justify content center part, since align item is working fine only, and align item just aligns them on the main axis, or the horizontal axis in this case, right? So this is what we've done. The next step would be to remove the borders for the input part. So what we can do is we can go to the main part and the top part, and then the search container, and in the search container the input should not have any border. So I'm just going to remove the border and have the border none. As you can see, it is looking better already, right? Let's see now what the next thing is. Yeah, now the location part. As you can see, yeah, it is taking the width of 24 rem, so 240 pixels, this part specifically. As you can see, this is taking some width, right, which is not exactly equal to this. So I'm just going to do that main dot top and dot search container, and then dot location part. The width is 24 rem. It is taking 24 rem now. This is perfect. Instead of other than that, we just need to do display flex align at the center. Since all of these items inside this are not properly aligned, earlier these weren't properly aligned, so similarly we have to do align at the center again. So this is a display flex, and we do align item center, right? And you can see these are properly aligned. We have to do the same thing in the other input also. So actually, instead of doing it like this, what I'm going to do is, instead of having them here, I'll just actually no, actually we'll have to add it like this only. Or to have a common thing, we can do it like this: to dot search container, and the divs inside of the search container, both the divs, all the divs would have the same styling. So I don't need to add this here. As you can see, both of them are properly aligned, right? After this, what I need is, we have the width, we have already added the width, and now you can see the padding, right? The padding, the gap here. So I'll just add the padding here. The exact values are 0 and 1 rem. This means the first value is for top and bottom, then it is for left and right. As you can see, the left and right area has some gap now, like there is a gap here, right? After this, what we have the justify content of space around. What space around does is, it will align all the items in the center types, and the space would be around the objects instead of having them justify space between. If you have something, the space is in between. Here the space is outside the both of the things. So I can do justify content space around, right? So as you can see, this is perfectly made like this, instead of the colors, right? The colors are the only thing that's different. So what we need is, we need to go to main, we can go to dot top, the search container, and in the location we have I, right? What if we need to change the color for that? We can change the color, like color to be red for now. Okay, this is not properly working. I part, main, and the search container, then the location, and then the I. Wait a second, let's see why it is not working. Ideally this should work. We have the main, top, search container, location, and I. Let's see. Okay, so instead of the I tag, what happens is, whenever it renders in the HTML, it is converted to an SVG, right? So instead of having the I tag here, what we will have is, we will have the SVG tag, and you can see the color has changed. But the color is not exactly like this. This is like red, but not exactly red. So the exact value for this color, the RGB value, is this. I'm just going to copy this value, and instead of red, I'm just going to paste it there. Now you can see the color is also exact. Yeah, now the next thing would be to create a line. As you can see, this line is there. How do I create this line? I need to give it some width, I need to give it some height so that it can show. Or there is also another way, like I've done it here. Like I have a div with a certain height. Now if I give it some border, it will have some border, and without any width, the border would look the same. And instead of 0.05 rem, the border would look like 0.1 rem. So instead of that, I can just do the border part. So I'll just copy these exact values, since the color is also there, the border color. Since this color is not exactly black or gray, this is a specific color. So yeah, the color value should be the same. I can do it again, main dot search container dot line now, since we are doing the line part. Wait a second. Yes, so this is it. We have this line here now. We can see the line here, right? Now the next step would be to create the search restaurant part. For that, we need the exact value. We'll do the exact same thing that we did in the location part. For this, we need to get the exact values. So that is why I'm using this part. I'm using it as a reference so that you understand that too. Here the width is 53 rem. In the exact same way, the width here is 24 rem. Yeah, the width here is 24 rem. In that case, the width is 53 rem, right? And the height is 100%. We don't need the height. Display flex. Why do we have display flex? Because these are in the row, so we need a display flex there. And the border radius is 0.8 rem only, so you can, like, actually that is not required. So instead of this, we'll just copy the one line only then. And display flex is already there, so it doesn't matter. And the search part would be main dot top dot search container and then dot search. Let's see, we have named it search only. Yeah, we have named it search. And the width is 53. Yeah, it is taking up the whole space, right? Now in the exact same part, we need to get the input to take up the whole space. We'll do the input, and the width should be 100%. Or since this can be a display of flex, there is another way to do the width 100% part. What we can do is, we can give it a flex of 1, so that it takes up all the space that it can have. So it took up all the space. Yeah, now what happens is this search icon, this is like not properly colored and everything like that. So for that we need to use again the custom values, the exact values what we want. I'm just going to copy and paste those values and also going to explain everything to you. I'm going display flex. This display flex is not actually needed. Yeah, this means to align it to the center. This should be at the center. Actually this is also not needed. We have already done this. Since we have already done this in the above part, right, in the div part, like every div in the search container should be centered. So we have already done that, so we don't need to do this again. This is like WebKit thing. Don't worry about that. Like, don't actually think this is complex or something. This is just so that it supports other browsers which are not Chrome based. So it's just increasing compatibility, but mostly browsers support that, so you can ignore that. So we need the width to be 6 rem. The width for this thing is 6 rem, and the margin is this specific value. This is copied from Zomato only, so I am not actually remembered these values, so you can just copy and paste these values for now. Not in this, but the specific container that we have, the icon, search container, and then what is the icon that we have? Wait a second, in the search there is the I part, right? Or actually I'll just wrap it inside of a div so that it is easier and we don't have to deal with SVGs and everything. I'll just give it a class of search icon, and then add the actual icon inside the div, and in the search icon dot search, then we have the search icon, and the styling is that we copied, right? Now it looks like this. This is the search underscore icon, inside the search part, inside the dot search icon. Wait a second, let's see what the issue is there. We have the main search container, main top search container search, right? Okay, so if you want to change the color of the SVG, we need to actually have the SVG. That is why the color is not the color is not there. Now as you can see, the color is also there, but let me see, we are getting some error here. We have the search icon. Okay, so since you can see the search icon is like this, it is taking up the whole space. That is why we have to add the display flex here only. So we need to give it a display of flex, and then we need to justify to the center, right? So we just give it the justify content of center, so that it is in the center of the whole div that we have, right? Now do you get it? Like, now you get it, why did we add the display flex there even though we had it earlier? So yeah, that is why we have done that. After this, in the search box, the font size is a bit different. This is a smaller font, but instead of having a smaller font, Zomato uses a different font for that, so that is more clearly visible to the users. That is why I can do the search part, and then the input inside of the search, I can do it directly. The border is none, as you've seen. We have already removed the border, so we don't need to add this. The only width is also we have already added the width also. The border radius and the font size are the only thing that are, border radius is also not needed, so font size is the only thing basically. Only the 1.4 rem part is required. As you can see, the font might have changed a bit, or even if it didn't, it is better that we have confirmed that the font is 1.4 rem. Okay, so this is how we have created the search container also. It looks the exact same as you can see, and this is how we have completed our whole top section. Okay, so that is it for this video. In the next video, we'll move on to the options part, actual body part, main body part. These are the options. We'll create single component and then copy and paste the same component again and just change the data inside it. Like for example, the image URL, the title and everything. So we'll create this specific option. But for this video, what we are going to make is we are going to make a single options component and then duplicate it, copy and paste it, and then add the different data so that they can all be aligned in a separate thing, right? To make that, now to get started, what we'll do is, this is where we left off earlier, so I'm just going to close the top section. The next section, I'll just let it be a section and give it a class of B. Excuse me, sorry, main body, right? Now in this section, what would happen is, why am I giving it a different section? Because as you can see, this width is not 100% width, right? This is a bit lower than that. To be specific, this is exactly 110 rem max width, otherwise it's 100%. That is why I've just created a different separate div in which we are going to have all of these smaller things, right? Now in this section, what we are going to do is we are going to build a class called options, since these are options, right? And in this options, we are going to have separate a single option div. This is basically going to be copy pasted so that the data is the same, right? After this, in this each option part, there is going to be one image. As you can see, the image is there. Now the image, ideally how Zomato does it is this image is the full height and width of the whole container, and then this is above the image. Okay, so as you can see, this is the image. For example, this is the image, and above this is the content. So content is this much, and the image is the full width of the full height of the component there, right? So we are going to create a div class with a class of image, and this we are going to have an image tag src. For now, src is going to be empty. I'll just add an alt tag for now. Alt tag just states that if you can't see the image, you'll see the text written there. So I'm just going to write option. Ideally, I should write something better, but I'm just going to write option image 1 for now, right? And you can see then there is the info component, right? So I'm just going to name it after the image component is the first component. Now we have the info component. I'm just going to name it to be info, and in this info component there is a title. So I'm just going to give it a I'll just give it a div. You can also give it p or h1 or h2 or everything you want. I'm just giving it a div since we are going to apply our custom styling only. So I'm just going to name it title, actually info title, so that we can separate it. And this info title, what is the first title? Order online, right? And the second thing is the order info description, and the description is stay home and order at your doorstep. So I'm just going to copy and paste it here, and now you can see this is what you have on our screen, right? This is the image, the order online, and that. So to get the image, actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste the source from the code I've already written right now. I'm just going to go here. As you can see, we have the exact same structure of the HTML. I'm just copying this and just pasting it here, and you'll be able to see the image also here, right? Now what we need is we need to apply the styling. So firstly, what we'll do is I'll just apply the styling to the main body. As I said, the main body has some difference there. So firstly, I'm going to create a new CSS file called main.css for all of these components, like globally. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it the styling to the main body, and the body would be max width to be 110 rem. As I told you, 110 rem means 1110 1100 px, since multiplied by 10, right? We've already discussed in the previous video. And the width ideally would be 100%, and if it's more than 110 rem, it will reduce itself and limit itself to that, and you don't need the height. So this is it, and we need to connect it to the actual what do we have, the HTML file. I'm just going to name it main.css for now, and let's see if something happens. Okay, also we have to give it a margin so that it's in the center, obviously, right? We'll give it a margin of auto. Yes, as you can see, it is in the center now. This is the center part, right? Yeah. And everything we're going to be adding here, as you can see, it is exactly at the proper space that we need it to be, right? Yes. Now let's move on and create another CSS file for this specific options tag. As I said, the CSS is going to be divided into multiple parts, so we're just going to divide it into another CSS file, since it would be easier to understand and read and write also, so that like everything related to the options is in one place. So I just created an option CSS file, and also I'll have to add it in the HTML, so I'll just copy and paste it here, write options, and in the options part, firstly we style the options, since the option is the first part, and this will be the display of flex, right? And the flex direction is by default row only, so for now we'll just leave it here. The next thing is the option part, a single option. Yeah, now for that we need to have the height, like this height is defined and the width is also defined. The width is 100% of this container, right? I'll just give it a width of 100%, like let it take up as much space as it wants to. I've given it a width of 100%. Also, there is another property which we can use, that is flex 1. When we do flex 1, that is basically flex grow 1. It will just take up the entire space of the width, so the entire width would be taken up by this single component. I mean, or if we have multiple components, the space would be divided equally among them. That is why we are using this. It's really simple to use. So yeah, after this, what we can do is we are going to give it a height of 24 rem as it is given in the Zomato thing. Oh wait, isn't 24 rem, or have I ever missed something else? Like it's styles options.css options, the spelling is the same, and we have the options and option option. Okay, this is fine. And let me just verify if it's 24 only. In the styling that I've written, it is 24 rem, right? The height is 24 rem. Let's see. Yeah, the image is overflowing, I think, so we need to take the image tag, and in the image tag give it a width of 100% so that it only takes up the maximum width, and the height to be 100%. And in the dot image, and then the image, what do I have to do? I'll also have to do the exact same thing, because what happens is the div would take up the space but the image would overflow. So I can, instead of doing that, I can also do like overflow to be none or hidden. The width will be 100% only. So you can see the width is the 100% of the whole content now, and the height is also 100%, right? And this is 24 rem, as you can see. It is taking up the whole space. Now what else do we need? We need the box fit cover, as we discussed earlier for the image. Oh wait, no, not the box fit, the box, wait a second, what was it? I actually missed it right now. It was in my mind, I just forgot. Let me just see. Object fit, yeah. Instead of box fit, there is an object fit property that we discussed in the previous lecture, that is cover. This happens sometimes, you forget some code, so exact syntax is not needed. As you can see now, it looks a lot better instead of this stretched out, and it is a lot like the image that we actually want, right? Now what happened, like since this data is here, what if this looks ugly, right? So, and we do not have a maximum width property on that, so what I'll do is I'll just copy and paste this option component twice so that we have 3 components. This is also Zomato, how does it? So yeah, as you can see, this is proper now. But as you can see in the actual Zomato website, what happens is there is a gap between them. This gap is exactly 10 pixels. So what we are going to do is we are going to add the 10 pixels directly in the options CSS. Here what we are going to do is we are going to add the gap of 10 px. Now you will see there will be a gap of 10 pixels between each of the component. This is better than adding a margin and everything in this, because like it's just using the CSS part, so it's better. Also after this, as we can see in this part, there is a border, right? A border and a border radius, I mean. Yeah, firstly the border is there. Let's see, the border is above. So border is not above, only on the below part. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add the border radius first. Let's see the exact value of border radius. I am not familiar with I'm not sure about the exact value. So border radius is 1.2 rem, which is basically 12 pixels, as we've already discussed, right? I'll just go back and copy and paste the exact same thing there. So it's there. Oh, actually we need to add it in the image component. Yes, now you can see the overflow is also hidden, so it is not hiding. Also instead of adding it at 2 places, we can just copy the overflow hidden part and paste it here. So as you can see, this is properly showing us, but the thing that happened, if you notice, is the data that we wrote down there is gone. Now if you want to show the data on top of each other, what do? We discussed this earlier also, like we need to have the position absolute property. So we're going to add the position absolute in the info component. I'm just going to write position to be absolute, and as you can see, this is positioned absolutely, but I'm going to have the top as 0 and bottom as, oh no, left as 0. Now it should be there, but the Z component is not there, so I'm going to change this to be Z index to be -1. Oh wait, I'll need to have the position absolute position relative in that, right? We discussed this earlier also. If we do not do position relative, it will be positioned there. Like as you can see, order online, everything is positioned there, but we want it to be positioned relative position is absolutely relative to our own component, right? If you wanted to get position on top of the page, then we use position absolute. But if you want to get position on relative to this specific component that we have created, what we'll have to do is we'll have to give the position relative to the parent component. So here I'm just going to give it the position of relative. As you can see, the data is here now. On top left 0, it is above that now, right? It is working fine. Now the other styling for this is, as we can see, the background for this is white, so we are going to give it a background of white. Wait, where is our output? Here. As you can see, it has a white background. I'm going to give it a width of 100%, so that takes up 100% of our components width. And another thing is, it is not top 0, instead of that it is bottom 0. It is easier, it is directly at the bottom now, right? Also there is some padding there. As you can see, there is some padding. We're going to give it some padding now. Exact value for the padding I don't remember, so I'm going to take the reference of the earlier code again. The info component, let's see the info. Yes, the padding value is 1 rem, 2 rem and 1.6 rem. This just means top right, top like right, top, and these two, basically top, bottom, and these two 1.6 rem. That is it for the padding part. We can see we have the proper padding also now. Like it's taking shape now, right? It is just like this. Also, except this, as you can see, there is a border also, since we need a border. So the border I think is 1px. This is the border width. Solid is the border style. It can be dashed, solid and all, but solid in this case, and gray I think. I don't remember the exact hex code. For now, let's see it like this. As you can see, it is like this, but what is happening is it is getting overflowed by that, so we need to give it a border radius in this too. Like this should also have a border radius, right? But the border radius here would only be at the bottom two of them, and the border radius we had was 1.2 rem, right? So the border, now we can do that in the single border radius line, or we can do it in the multiple radius line, the multiple CSS lines. Here what would happen is, since this is a bottom right border, so I'm just going to give it a bottom border, bottom right radius to be 1.2 rem, and I can do the same thing for bottom border, bottom left radius. As you can see, now we have a proper radius also, which is not overflowing, and we have a proper radius, but I need to give it a color, which I don't remember the exact hex code. Here I have given gray. The proper hex code is this. As you can see, I'm just going to copy and paste it here. RGB 332. This is just a color. So if you see, the color is changed and it looks exactly like this, right? Now the font size here is bigger. What we'll have to do is we have to increase the font size now. So I'm just going to, for the heading part, I'll just do info/title or heading. What did we name it? Let me see. Give it a title, right? So in the info title part, we're going to add the info title. The exact styling for that, I'm going to copy and paste it. The font size is 2 rem, as you can see, and the font weight is 500. We already have that. So we already discussed this text line left. It will align it the text to the left. Next line is font weight 500. It will just bold the text a bit, and the normal by default font is 500 only. So yeah, the other one is lighter, so you're going to see the difference. And the font size is 2 rem, which means 20 pixels, and the line height is 3.2 rem, which just pushes the thing below. I'll just show you first without the thing, without the line height, as we have it like this. But what would happen if I add the line height? It will push it a bit below. Yes, as you can see, it pushed it a bit below. If you remove that, there is not much of a difference, but since Zomato has done it, I've copied and pasted it, basically, since we are creating the clone and we want it to be as close as possible to the actual thing. Yeah, now what we need is, we need to have the info description part. So I'm just going to have the info description, and again we're going to just copy and paste the CSS values. I'm just not going to waste your time doing this, since you already know most of the property. The color part will change the color of it. The color is a bit different than that. If you take a look at it, as you can see, this is a bit blacker and this is a bit grayer, right? So I'm just going to copy the exact color thing. I'm just going to explain them first. And the font weight, as you can see, 500 and 400, there is a difference. And white space, now why have I added these things? I'm going to explain you in a bit. Firstly, let's copy and paste these properties, and the next property would be font size should be inherit. Font size is basically the default only, basically inherit means get the property from the parent. Now the parent is the options component, but we haven't added a style to the font size to the options component, so we are going to add it right now. Wait a second, let's see what the exact value for the font size is. Is it given here? Wait a second, I don't think we have given it, so by default property should also be fine. Wait a second. Yeah, font, we have, like, this is an error. You should not have two same properties. So font size 1.6 rem, margin is 0, which basically means the pushing of error, other things are 0, and the line height, as we just saw in the previous video also, like, I mean the previous copying and pasting, that thing, right? So this exactly looks like the other thing, right? And yes, so this is basically it. After this, why did I add the other properties? Now if you see, if I shorten this thing, what happens is this shows ellipses like dot dot dot. But if I shorten my our own thing, wait a second, yes, as you can see, it pushes it to the next line, but we do not want it to go to the next line. We want it to turn into ellipses instead. So for this specific thing, what we have to do is, firstly we'll have to have the white space. I'll just add a comment here, to have ellipses. This is what we are doing. So what we are doing is, we have to have the white space property for no wrap, right? After that, the next property would be the overflow property. Overflow should be hidden, since this is the next line, right? Instead of going to the next line, we are just hiding the next line, and instead of the overflowing, we are just going to do text overflow ellipses. Now this should work. As you can see, it is working perfectly, right? And this component looks perfect, like just like this component with everything that we want. And now the data is changed, right? So I'm just going to copy and paste the separate data for you, so that we can have a proper component and be done with the whole thing. Since this is the second and like first one is already done, so I've closed it away. Wait a second, this is our code, right? I've closed the first option since we already have the proper data. In the second data, what we have is, wait a second, I'll get the second data. I'll just close the first one. Oh, in the options, close the first option. In the second option, the image will be this. You will be provided with all of these links, so you don't have to worry about that. I just have to copy paste so that we don't, so that you don't waste time, and I can show you directly, like, where do I get this, where did I get all of these links? I got these from Zomato's website only. If you go there and if you right click and copy image URL, image address, this is what I did. So this is where I got that. And the third option here, wait a second, this is the proper code, and this image, we have the third option, and the third option I'm going to paste here. As you can see, we have 3 different images, and we can paste the text also, the info part. Basically, we have the dining in there. As you can see, I created a p tag. If you changed it to the p tag, there are going to be, like, there are going to be style differences, so that is why you can see a bit different thing here and here. Basically they are the same since they are the div, but p tag, what it does, it basically does nothing, so don't need to worry about that. But if you really want, you can change the tag. Here I'm going to replace it with dining, and the actual description of here, copy and paste it again. And in the next line, we have the info part, nightlife and clubs. This is all what Zomato offers, so this is their showing of the options that they have, and we're just copying and pasting it here. So yes, we already have that. Now as you can see, we have created the component properly, and it works properly, it works fine, it works great, it looks great, just like the actual Zomato website. As you can see, everything is the same, right? Our text is a bit big, I think. Wait a second, let me just see if we have the proper styling for it. Proper styling is font size is 2 rem. Yeah, that is fine. I think there might be my browser issue, but yeah, it looks really good. We have the proper Zomato website working. This is actually better than the one that I already have. As you can see, honestly, I find this one to be better. Yeah. So there are slight style differences, which is basically, I think this is basically it. There are some zoom issues maybe, here. I think we have done something or something else, but yeah, this is better. As you can see, this is basically done. This is our options component. The options component. Next, in the next video, what we are going to be looking at is the collections part. This is the whole thing. I'll try to cover this in a single video, since we have done mostly all the components that we are going to be using in the video. We've done mostly all the styling, so I'm not going to explain them in detail in the next video, but instead directly try to use them. I'll just keep it brief, since the videos seem to get too long, right? And as you can see, this component is a bit complex with the shadows and all, so that is why it's going to maybe take a bit more time. Okay. Since we had done the code till here, what I'm going to do is, after the options part, like I explained earlier, that we have the main body, inside we have the options. Since this is like the smaller thing, like this is not taking up the whole space, so we have converted it into another div which has taken up just the 110 rem space. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a div with the class of collections, and in this collections part, firstly I'm going to have another div. I'm just going to name it h2 maybe, or we can see the other thing, the thing that we have. Yeah, as you can see, it is the h2 with the class of heading 2, since this is h2, right? And then I'm going to add collections. Since this is what we want to build, this is the h2 part and this is the collections. After this, the next step is the information. So I've structured it in such a way that this is a row, this thing is a row, and this whole thing, this is one heading and this is the other link. So as you can see, I'm going to make it a div with the class of description. Wait a second, right? I'm just going to name it the description, collections description. You can name it anything you want, but I'm doing it like this. And inside of this, we have two things. Firstly, we have h6. So I'm going to name it h6 with the class of heading 6. And in here, I'm going to just copy and paste this line. Right. The second thing is the anchor tag. This is the a tag basically. So in the a tag, I can just give a href of nothing for now. I'll just give it slash right now. And in this, I'm going to write all collections in Delhi NCR. This is your city, so you can add your city only. Collections in Delhi NCR. And after this, we just need the arrow. So how do we add an arrow? We just use the font awesome or the feather icons part. For right now, we are just using feather icons. So I'm just going to write the I class data dash feather. This is how we add the icons, right? Feather equal to the icon that you want, and the icon we want is chevron down. Right? This is what we want. Let's just confirm if we have already done a chevron. We have two chevron. This is chevron down, right? This is fine. So we need a chevron down icon. I'm just going to close the top section for now. It is opened by mistake, so closing that. Now we have the chevron down icon, and if we save this, let's see the output, what it looks like. As you can see, it looks like this. We style it properly, don't worry about it. But right now, what we have to do is, the next step is adding this list. So this is another div, like I'm structuring this as another div. I'll give it a name I'll give it a class of collections list, right? This will be a display of flex, since we want to align them in a row. And each collection, like as you can see, the same way that we created the orders part, we are going to create the collections part, where we will create one first and then duplicate the data and the others. So for that, we need first class a div class collections, right? I mean collection, a single collection, so this is a single collection. And in this collection, as you can see, firstly there is this image. We are doing this in the exact same way like we did in the previous video, where we created this specific part. First we had the image, then we had the overlay part. We are going to do the exact same thing here. As you can see, this is a bit darker, right? It's a bit darker above the image. So I'll just add first the image div class, and I'll name the class image, and inside of here we have the image src. I'm just not adding the src for now, and after the src we have the overlay part. So I'm just adding the overlay here. Overlay is this darker part, the shadow part that we have. This is the linear gradient in CSS. A linear gradient means like you have a darker color and a lighter color, and you move from here to there. Like the difference that you have, that is known as a linear gradient. Okay. Yeah, now we are going to, in the overlay part, we are going to have the overlay info. This is the info. This, like, overlay is the black part, the info part is the inside of it. So I'm just going to name it div class overlay info. And now in this info, firstly we'll have the title. So I'll just add div class overlay title, and this is the first part. I'll just use a second name since it's smaller for now. In this also we'll use the exact same thing that we used here when we shrunk the screen, where we use ellipses. So here also the same ellipses are used, so the same styling would be also used. I'm just going to copy and paste the styling, so if you actually want to know how it's done, you can just refer to the previous video. Here after this part, what do we have? Yeah, after the title we have the 32 places part. So the places, how many places are there? So I'm going to add a div with the class of places, and in this places, what do we have? We have the 32 places text, 32 places, the P is capital, and the next thing is the icon. This is the right icon, so I'm just going to add the icon in the exact same way, like chevron down. I'm going to write the chevron right. Let's find out if we have the chevron right icon. Chevron right, we have the chevron right icon also. So I'm just going to do a data feather equal to chevron right. Let's see how it looks like. So we have everything basically. Now we just need to style it accordingly so that it looks like this, like we have the collections and all. So firstly we'll start with the styling of this specific part, the headings. As we saw that, firstly we'll wait a second, we have the collections, right? So we'll create a new style sheet, obviously, as we are doing it for every single component. So I'm just going to create a collections.css file so that it's easier to manage and we can write the code easily, understand the code easily in the future, right? In the ideal CSS file, in the ideal code that I've already written, I haven't divided it into components. Instead of, I have had just the main part first, and then I have like added all the things. And this is not much styling. This is total basically just just 296 lines. So I am along with the responsive thing. So it didn't really make sense to make a new file. But here, since we are following the best practices, we are going to create a new file. So yeah. As you can see, we have it here for the exact font size and all. I'm just looking here so that there is no mistake. So as we can see, the heading 2 is the font size of 3.6 rem. This is a bit bigger, 36 pixels, and the other one is 1.8 rem, which is basically 18 pixels for H6. So we are going to just copy and paste the styling here, and to see the styling in effect, we'll have to connect it to the HTML part. We'll go to the HTML and just copy and paste the exact same line and change this part to collections so that we have the collection CSS also. Let's see how it looks like. Does it look better? Yeah, as you can see, it's already looking better. But here is some space, as you can see, right? There is a space here, but we need a margin then. To get the exact value of margin, I'm just going to refer the code again. Let's see. Where is the exact part? Okay, yeah. So this is the collection part. No, this is a single collection. We need the collections. Wait a second, let me just see how it looks like. We have the collections and then the heading 2. So after the option, we have the height and we have everything. So I think we should, for now, let's just skip that. We'll do that later also. So yes, so in the see more part, what is the see more part? This is basically the link that we have created. The link that we created here, as you can see, all collections and LCR, this specific part. As you can see, this is a bit red in color, right? So we have to give this the styling, but before that we need to arrange them in a row. So for that, what I'll do is I'll take the, wait a second, what is this? This is the collections description, right? So I'm going to go to collections and write collections description, and I'm just going to give it a display of flex so that they are in a single line. Let's see how that looks like. As you can see, they're in a single line, and I need to have the space between them and then align them, just push them away from each other. So for that, we just do justify contain space between, and then we can see like it's working perfectly. Now we need to actually have it properly, right? I mean the styling and the colors and all. So for that, I'm just going to copy the exact same styling here. As you can see, background is transparent, so we don't need to actually worry about that. We don't need this. The font weight is 300. It is a bit lighter. The color is the reddish color that you saw on the link. As you can see, this is the red color. This color is what we need, so we are using that color in the font color. And this is the font size. Font size is a bit bigger, bit smaller than this. And a bit bigger than by the default size, so that we can actually see that, since by default 1 rem is just 10 pixels and by default the font size of everything is 1 rem, so that's why. And the padding would be 1 rem, so that there's space in between them. So I'm just going to do that, copy the see more part, and instead of the see more, what we have written here is wait a second, what do we have? I'll just give it a class of see more only. This is fine. So since we already have see more class, this should apply the style, right? And also you can see, like, this is not at the center, like this is above and then this is below because of the padding and all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do align item center, which will align the items in the center like this in a display flex. Okay, since this is display flex, I'll just do align item center. We need them to be at the center of each other. As you can see, now they are at the center. And but these are not at the center, so I'll just try to do them in the center. How can I do that? Wait a second. For the see more, I can do display of flex, and then I can do align item center, and they should be centered. As you can see, this is perfectly working now. Everything is working fine. Like, this part is basically done. But let's just see what is this part first before doing this. We have the heading, we have the collections and the options, right? In the options, there is something as, let's see what the part is. Margin is auto, margin bottom is 6 rem, right? So what happens is, in the margin part, like in this part, the output that we need to push it down, right? So to push it down, we are adding a margin. This is where the options end. If you add the margin, this will push it here, so this will be 6 rem. 6 rem basically means 60 pixels. So we go back to the options part, check on the options, and let's see, we have the options. Yeah, we need the margin bottom as 10 rem. Oh wait, 6 rem, right? Yes, as you can see, 6 rem is working fine. This is basically the exact same like we have it here. And the next thing would be to create the collections now, since the collection list is given. Firstly, we'll go to the collections, and in the collections list, so this is a display flex that I already told you about. Align items, you can do center so that they're centered to each other. That is obvious. And do we need the justify content here? I don't think we do, but yeah, we don't. So margin top is 3 rem firstly, since this is the collection list. As you can see, this is the collection list. There is a space in between them, right? So this is the margin top that we have. Margin is just basically the thing, like you have a block, the space after the block, above the block, above, below, and side of the block is basically the margin. So we are going to add the margin here. The margin top is 3 rem, the margin bottom is 10 rem, since the margin is here also. So I'm just going to copy these exact same values, and the gap is 10 pixels. Gap just means when we have a display flex, the gap between the two elements, this part is 10 pixels. So we can just do it at once, as I told you in the last video also. I'm just going to copy the exact same styling here, and I'll just do it like this. Yes, this is basically the same styling. Yeah, let's see what it looks like now. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. We have one of these. But the next thing what we need is, we go back to the thing, and since we have already made the collections part, I'll just import the data into that, this src part. I'll just go back to the HTML. The image, again, I got this from Zomato's website officially, so I'll just copy this link right now, and let's see what it looks like. I'll just copy this image. Also, I just do this, winners of Zomato in Strong Award instead of this. I added the actual data. As you can see, like, this is not working perfectly. This is a bigger image, this is a brighter image as compared to what I have here. So we are going to make it perfect now. How do we make it perfect? By CSS. We just go to the CSS file again. We select a single collection firstly, a single collection, what does a single collection look like? It has a specific height defined, right? It is not so big. So I'll have to get the exact value of height from the actual Zomato website. I've already written that down. So as you can see, this width is 100%, like the max width is 25%, basically 25% of the whole width of the collection thing that you've done. You can also consider this to be flex 0.25, like we discussed in the last video, and height is 32 rem. So I'm just going to copy and paste this exact styling again here, since I've explained every single line. As you can see, this is starting to look like what we actually want. As you see, we also have the border radiuses here. Let's see how the border radiuses are handled, but first we need to have the image to have the width of, like, the image should be full height. As you can see, the height is the same in both of them. So image is going to take all the image component, the image div is going to take up all the height that is available, basically 100% of it. I can also write 100% here, but this is also fine. 32 rem is also fine. And the image, wait a second, I'll just write image, and the image should take the maximum width to be 100%. Now this is fine, this is working perfectly. Yes, the next thing we need is the wait a second, I need a border radius. Let me just see where the border radius is. In the collection part, maybe? No. So, yeah, okay, so the border radius is directly in the overlay. So firstly, what the overlay is just basically the div, which is the blacker part, the background, like something above the background is known as the overlay. So this is the overlay. As you can see, the position. Firstly, I'll just show you where the overlay should be positioned. For now, what I'm going to do is, for the overlay, I'm just going to give it a background color of red. Okay, so that you can see that, like, this is here. Right now I need to position it, since I need it to be the whole width and height. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to position it absolutely, and the top will be 0, the left will be 0. What this will do is, this is positioned there, since this is position relative. We've discussed this in the previous videos also. I'm going to give it a width of 100% and a height of 100%. As you can see, it has taken up all the space, and now we need the border radius here. Border radius, that is 1.6 rem. Okay, do we need the border radius only? 0.6 rem, sorry, 0.6 rem. This is perfect. Right, and after that we need this. As you can see, now the background has changed. Whenever we need to use a linear gradient in the background, as I already explained what a linear gradient is, we're just going to use that in the CSS. The exact values are given here. Now how do we, instead of a background color, we just need a background gradient. How it works is, firstly we'll show the angle of which angle do we want it to happen. Now where did I get these values, or how did I create this gradient? I got these exactly from the Zomato website. If you go to the Zomato website, right click and inspect, you can get these values. Basically the linear gradient is linearly it would add or fill in the colors. The first color would be at 0% point, the color would be this color, black color with the 0.9%, and then we have the 50% color. I mean, it is starting from here and it is going down here, as you can see, right? And if you take a look at the output, you will be able to see this actual part. This is what we have in the actual Zomato part also. Since the below part is the whitish part, and we need a background so that the white is visible, right? So we need a blackish background, and this is how the blackish background is visible to us. So this is what we have done right now. This is the opacity. At this position, the opacity is maximum, 0% is the maximum, and then it is growing and fading as you move up. So this is known as a linear gradient. This is what we have done, and this is how we created the overlay. Now we need the overlay info, since we need to position all of these at the bottom from here, right? Firstly, we have the color. For now, I'm just adding white, but there's this exact same value which I'm going to copy and paste in a minute. Firstly, let me just show you. I'll just give it a position of absolute, and I'll give it a bottom. Maybe we can do this like this, bottom of 0. Let's see. As you can see, it is working like this, and this is how we want it to be. There is some padding and all also, so I'll just go back to get the exact values that we need. As you can see, bottom is 0, position absolute. Line height is just basically that we discussed in the previous video. It would give the space in a line, space in a word or a sentence. That in a line height. Margin is 0, so this is not exactly needed, so we can remove that. As you can see, the color is, this is white only. This is another way of writing white in a RGB form. This is red, green and blue. When you have 255 of each, you have the white color. The padding, as I told you, is 1.6 rem. Font size is again 1.8 rem. Width is 100%, so that it's taking up 100%. The overflow is hidden. Overflow hidden means if anything is being overflowed, basically, yeah, these last 3 lines, these are the ellipse lines. So I'm just going to copy and paste, since I've already explained them in the previous video. So I'm just going to copy this exact same styling and I'm going to paste it here. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, it looks like the way we want it to be, right? It is just a bit bigger. We can change the font sizes and all. So as you can see, the places part, the next places part, and I'll just copy the places part here. As you can see, the font size is a bit smaller, a smaller font size, and the margin is like the top margin, the bottom margin and all. That is it. So this is a bit smaller and this is also fine. So what I need is, in this places part, I need it to be of display flex so that I can center it again, and I'll give it a line items of center, and it is working fine, right? So yeah, after this what we need is, let's see what we missed. We missed this. Let me just copy and paste the overlay. We have already done the overlay part. Yeah, so overlay also has a padding, as you can see. I missed the padding part. That is why you can see this is exactly at the end of it, but in there this is not at the end. There is some space here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to like copy and paste this specific part, since we have already, not this part, yeah, wait a second, this part. Okay, this is the overlay info part. I've already copied and pasted it, already explained it to you. So we have this, and for the overlay part also we need something. Since width and height should be 100%, we have basically done this. I'm just verifying it if it's there, or if all of it's there, because we are missing something. Wait a second, let me just check. I think we are missing something. This is the height of 32 rem. This is fine for a single collection, right? But this should not have taken place. But wait a second, we have a single collection, we have a collections list for each element. We have that. The border radius is in the overlay. So the border radius is in the overlay, but instead of the overlay, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to remove the border radius from here, add it in the collections instead, and then I'm going to add the overflow of hidden here, so that we have the exact thing that we're looking for. And then what we want is, we can basically copy and paste the exact same collection 4 times for now, so that we can input the data later, as you've done in the previous part, right? We have 4 of these. Yeah, but this is overflowing. We need to check why is it overflowing. In the collections part, we have the collection and overlay dash info. Let's see, we have overlay dash info. Instead of overlay title, I'm just going to give it directly. Yes, so you can see this is working, but this is not for some reason. Wait a second, let me try and refresh it. Okay, so I just changed it in one of them, that is why it is working. Give me a second, I'll just remove it first. Yes, so here what we need is, we need to just remove this overlay title part. Since the overlay info we are directly adding, or if you don't want to remove that, you can go to CSS and then add the text overflow properties to overlay title only, since we are overflowing the title, right? So yeah, this is how it's going to look. So this is fine. We have created one of these. I'm just going to close it up, copy and paste these, so that I can add the values, edit the values. I'm just going to copy and paste the values from here. This is the first collection that we've already done. The second collection, the image, here is the image. We copied the image, and then I'm going to paste it here. Let's see what the title is. This is the title, and what are the number of places that we have? 22 places. Okay, let's see the next image now. Let's close it up first, so don't get confused. Now in this part we have, let's close it up here also. We have the third collection. Let's see the image. The image is this. I'm just copying and pasting the values here. This is not complex. And in the overlay part, the overlay info, the title is 21 romantic dining places. All of this is got like I've got it from Zomato only. So if you go to the Zomato's official website, this is the exact same data. So that since we are making a clone, we're just importing that data here, nothing else. As you can see, we just styled it one time and now we're just copying and pasting different kinds of data. Everything else has been done. We don't need to actually change the structure of it. We have created a template. That is why I told you when you are going to do this, there is going to be a lot of copy pasting. Since we just created that once, we have created a component once. This is how you create that in other frameworks of JavaScript or HTML as well. This is the best practice that you have, since you only have to code it once and then you are just changing the data in this. Now the last one is left. We are just going to add the last one, the image. So we have the image here also, and the overlay part, teen thrilling cricket screamings, and 18 places. Right, perfect. So we have inputted all of the different data. We have copied from there, and you can see it is working perfectly like we want it to be. If you look at this, and if you look at our code, this is exactly the same. And it looks really good. So we have created the collection in this video. We have just copied and pasted most of the data. Since we just created one of these components and then copied and pasted them and just changed the data from the actual Zomato website. So we have all of these collections. In the next video, what we are going to be doing is we are going to be creating this popular localities part. This is also going to be created in the same way. First we will have the title, then we have the component like this, and then this is a small animation that I've done. You can do the animation here also. This exact same animation can be applied anywhere. This is a very simple animation. That is why we're done it for the first time. In this part, firstly we have the collections, and inside of the main body part, we are going to have another div, just like the previous part. We are going to name it localities. Yes, in this localities part, firstly we're going to have a heading part. So we're going to have a heading, and this, wait a second, yes, in this heading we're going to just add popular localities in and around Delhi NCR. Now what would happen is, since as you can see, this is a different styling and this is a bit bolder than that, so I'm just going to give it inside of a span with the class of city. This part, the span part, can be easily done behind this, right? So this is what it looks like right now on our screen. This is not really perfect. We're going to fix it with styling right now. We're going to fix it with styling, and again, like in the previous video that we had created, we're going to create one of these and then just copy and paste the data and just change the data inside all of them, right? So how do we do them? Firstly, after the heading part, we would name the localities list. So I'm just going to rename it to I'm going to create a div with the class of localities list, just like we had the collections list, and inside of them we're going to have the class of locality, and in each locality we are going to have a locality title, and then the places. Wait a second, first we have the left part. Like we can also see, this is like a div, right? So we can have a left part and a right part. So let's do it in a different way now. Instead of having it in a normal locality part, let me just do a div class of left, where I have the title and I have the places part, the places, right? So in the places part, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add it like this, and 252 places, and in the right part, div class right, just we have the arrow. So the arrows, this is basically, again, like in the previous videos we had created, I data feather equal to the icon. The icon is chevron right. Okay, so wait, yes. Now if we look at this, what do we have? We have it like this, but let's see, since this we want this to be a row, right? And we've already created a row in the index.css, if you remember from the initial video source to the second video. So instead of writing it again, what I'm going to do is, in the locality only, I'm going to have it as a row. So if you take a look now, to the output, you can see this is perfectly working like we want it to, right? We have the 252 places, and the title is cannot place first. The spelling, let me see, C-O-N, okay, cannot place we have. Let's see, we have the cannot place title and we have it perfectly right. Now what do we need is, we want to go to the, firstly we'll fix the heading part first. We need to have a heading to get the exact styling and also get the exact dimension of the heading. I'm just going to copy and paste the code again, but first we need to create another file, since we are creating one for each component, locality.css. Let me just see, localities.css. I'm just going to name it that, and here I'm going to add it in the HTML localities, right? This should work now. Okay, we have connected it. And in the CSS part, what do we need? Firstly, we need the localities, and after that we need the dot title. Since we have a title inside the localities, as you see, if you go here, this is the localities part, and inside of there we have the heading. Let's rename it to title, right? Now in this title we need this is the styling that we need. The styling for this is the font size to be 3.6 rem. The line height, we don't need the line height, actually we just remove that. Font weight is 200, since this is a bit lighter than the other things. As you see, this is a bit lighter, right? So this is basically to lighten it up. Font weight is used for that, and the margin bottom is 4 rem, so that it pushes the things below. So I'm just going to copy and paste this exact line here. Now you can see this is a bit bigger. And for the Delhi NCR part, this is a bit bolder. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do dot localities dot title, and inside of that we have the city part. So I'm just going to give it a font weight of 500. So it is a bit bolder than the thing that we already have, right? And now we have to create the localities. As you can see, we have created this part already. We need to create the localities now. Let's see, for the locality, firstly we have already created the row part, so we don't need to take care of the row part, but we need to take care of the border. Actually we don't have a border here, we have a shadow now, but wait a second. First, actually let's create the localities part. So these are multiple localities. As you can see, how are they arranged? They are arranged in a grid form. This can also be done by flex, and it's easier. Firstly we will have to give it a display of flex so that it is in a row. Now since all of these will be in a row, what would happen is they won't go to the next line. To make them move to the next line, we use a property in flex called flex wrap. What flex wrap does is, if the width of the given parts, like if they exceed the 100% width that is given to them, like that is allotted to them, they will move to the next line. The elements move to the next line. I'll just rename it to wrap here. So what this will do is, this will not show anything right now. Wait a second. Not the localities part, localities list part actually. Yes, so this part, if I have multiple localities, instead of having them in a straight line, what they will do is they will divide them into multiple lines and go to the next line. If we add more, they will automatically be arranged to the next line. So this is a simple way of like arranging it in this specific layout. Yes, so the localities list, we have already done that. And the width is 100%. obviously the gap should be 15 per pixel. As you see, this is 15 pixels. We have already seen the gap here and in the above options part, so I'm just going to add the gap as 15 pixels. Also the width should be 100%, 100% of the given width, so that is 110 rem. So I'm just going to give it a width of 100%. By default also it's 100, but we're just specifying it, so don't worry about it. We can do that, or if you want you can skip that also. So the margin bottom here is 10 rem. Why do we need that? Because if you go here and you can see this is a margin, right, between the next component that we're going to create in the next video. There's this gap. This gap is for this is known as the margin bottom. So the margin bottom here is 10 rem. So we have the 10 rem margin here. As you can see, there is a space here now. Now let's move on to the single locality. As you can see, firstly we will have the padding part here. This is the padding. Like I told you in the previous video, what happens, this is a box, this part is the margin part. Inside the box is space, inside the box is known as the padding. So I'm just going to add for a single locality. The exact value for padding I obviously don't remember, so I'm going to copy. Firstly I'll explain all of these and just copy and paste the code directly. Okay, So this is the padding. I've already explained the padding. When we have two values, ideally the padding is you add only one value which applies all of like throughout the box. But if you add two values, the first one is top and bottom, this one is left and right. For example, not exactly an example required, but yeah. So the border radius, we already discussed border radius, what it is. It just changes the border radius for there. The background color is white. This is another way of representing white. We've also discussed in the last video. The border is 1px solid, and the border that we have created, this is also we have discussed multiple times in the previous videos. Then we have the margin bottom. We just discussed what margin bottom is. This is just 0.5 rem. This place, like this space we have, right, that is 0.5 rem, which is basically multiplied by 10, 5 pixels. And the display is flex. Why do we need it to be flex? We actually don't need it to be flex since we have already done it in a row. So yeah, let's first just copy these properties above the display flex, since we do not actually need those. I mean, we have already discussed those other properties. I will explain as we go. Now, since this is a display flex, what is happening is you already have this. Wait, I think we need a specific width also. Since this, as you can see, this width is 30% of the whole 100% part. So this will get bigger. So we have this width part, and let's see the font size. This should also be a bit bigger. That is, I'm just going to copy and paste it here. And the box shadow, now this is the shadow part. As you can see, what is happening is this looks fine, but in actual Zomato part, as you can see, there is a bit of a shadow there. A bit of a shadow just means like if you have something like on a 3D space, it casts some shadow, right? It is used to give some 3D effect. So this is how we add a shadow. Here, this is the color of the shadow. This is the spread of the shadow. The blur of the shadow. I mean, blur just means how much how much does it expand. This is the x offset. How much is expand on the left or right side. This is the horizontal axis. On the vertical axis is the y offset. So this is 2 point. These values are very different, but I've gotten them from the Zomato website. So yeah, that is what we are going to use. Since Zomato actually uses that. If I do this now, you will be able to see like there is a shadow behind this. If I wait a second, I'll just show you how it looks like. Don't worry about the responsiveness of it right now, since we are going to create that later. But for now, just see. If you take a look at this, and if I remove the box shadow styling, you'll see the shadow is not there. If I add it, there is a small shadow there, which is subtle effect, but it's really looks good and gives a 3D effect. That is why Zomato has chosen to add it. Okay. Yeah, so the next part we have is the cursor pointer. Now if you see in this part, if you see, if I like hover over this, you can see the cursor is converting to a hand, right? So this is known as a pointer. I wanted to convert this. I want to convert this normal mouse to a hand. So for that, I can use this property in CSS called cursor pointer. So whenever we hover over it, the cursor converts to a pointer. As you can see, it is working now, right? And since this is a display flex, what is happening is the justify content is phase routine, and this should be centered. Like we have discussed it earlier, the align items should be centered so that it is centered, this arrow and this data. So I'm just going to give it the align items first. Align items of center, and justify content of space between, since I want them to be apart. Space between, not around. Yeah, now you can see this is looking exactly like we want it to look, except the title and the small places thing. So if we change the title styling, the title is just basically a bit bigger and a bit bolder. So for that, what do we do is locality dash title, that's the name that we gave here to the div, right? So in this part, let's just copy and paste this line. This is the font size. As I told you, it is a bit bigger. We do not need this line height also. By default, it's 1 point only, so we don't need to worry about that. And the font weight is 400. As I told you, we have added this line 2 times. We do not need that. The margin is for top and bottom part. This is the margin. This is left, right, top and bottom. And the color is a bit lighter than black and not exactly black. So yeah, it is a bit different. Again, copied from Zomato website, so we are just making a clone, so we are trying to be as specific as possible. So as you can see, this looks good now. And the places part, do we have the description part? Yes. So we have this. I will just copy the description for now. This is not the description actually, this is the places part. In the locality, I have the places. and you can see the font size. Inherit just means get the font size from the parent, and the parent font size I think is whatever that is given, 1 point something rem I think, right? Font size is 1.6 rem. Yes, 1.6 rem is the parent's font size, and inherit means just get the parent's font size in your own thing. So yeah, it's getting 1.6 rem, and everything else is the same basically. We do not need this. The margin is already 0. The color is changed a bit. It is a bit darker than the earlier color, and font weight is 200 only. So you can see this looks pretty much the same. Now the other thing is this animation that we have created, right? You can see this animation. How do we do this? We do this using CSS transition properties. What we'll do is we'll go to the locality, and on the hover, these are known as pseudo selectors. This part, whenever I use a semicolon, these are known as pseudo selectors. I can use before here, after here, which are not exactly visible on the screen, but this is an event list. Like whenever an event occurs, this is what we can do. So whenever we hover over it, we want a certain property to have a certain change. So what do I want to change? I want to change the box shadow, so it looks like I'm picking it up. So to get the exact value of the box setup, box shadow, again, I'm obviously going to copy and paste this. Like you can see these values now. The x offset is 4 from 1, and like 2 from 8 from 2. So you can see if I hover over our own thing, you can see it looks like we're picking it up. Like it gives a 3D effect. It is a good effect. So that's why this is a very simple animation. You don't have to worry too much about it. It looks good, right? After this, what do we need? This is basically it. Now we just need to have multiple, like we just need to copy and paste it again, just like I told you. So what are we going to do is we are going to firstly in the locality row part, just going to take this locality row. Why is this row? Because we wanted it to be a row, right? I'm just doing this. This is 3 times 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 9 times. Oh wait, created it more. Yes, this is fine. I've created this 9 times, and we have already here 9 times. So I'm just going to copy and paste all the data here now. Sector 29, sector 89. Okay. So let's start with that. Sector 29, and there are 144 places. And then we have the sector 18 Noida part. I'm going to change this. Where did I get all of these? As I already told you, I just went to the Zomato website. If you go to the Zomato website, since I live in Delhi, so this is all around Delhi. The data that is fetching, it's fetching, it's from Delhi. So that is why these are 205 places, and then we have Rajouri Garden, and this is 296 places. 26 places, and this is Saket. There's 307 places. Then we have DLF Cyber City, DLF Cyber City, and this is 153 places. And then we have Golf Course Road, 154 places. DLF phase 4. DLF phase 4. This is 221 places. 221 places. And if we see our own code now, after we have converted all the data, we can see we have all the places except the last one. As you can probably see, this last one is specifically see more, and this is at the center instead of all the things that we have already done. So for this, what do we need is we need to firstly, let's just change the left and right part. We do not actually need the right part here, so I'm just going to remove this right part. I don't even need the left part now, since left doesn't make sense. And in the locality title, I can just write wait a second, this part is not the title. I think this is smaller than the title, so let's just see what the styling for that is. The styling for that is, let's see the last part here. Okay, so this is basically the default styling only. So as you can see, sometimes there are a few changes. So how do we do that? we just change it directly in the HTML part. Here I'm just, instead of having this, I'm just going to have a class of center so that it is centered, and I mean, we haven't written the class center right now, so it won't be centered, and I'm just having the, wait a second, so the I'll just change the icon for data feather, and this is chevron down. So this is the down arrow here we have, right? Let's see what it looks like in our own code. This doesn't look perfect, right? So what do we want is, we don't need the row also here. We go to the CSS part. Now we can define the center. You just write locality, and then we can write center, since we just access this locality in the center. If we use center somewhere else, these same properties would be applied, but it's better to do this, right? And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give it a display of flex, and flex direction will be of column. Actually, we don't need to do this. I can just display flex, and then just, if I can print center and align items center, this will center it properly, right? This is centered, and if I give it a height of 100%, I think this should work. Yes, as you can see, this is centered. By how did it center? It's just aligned. What I did was, I just aligned it using center, and I gave it a height of 100%. So if the height is 100%, it will align it in the center using this display properties. This is in the center, and now I have it in the center. And if you take a look at the output from Zomato, there is this space, right? This is 15px. So how do we do that? We just add a gap in the properties, CSS properties. I'll just write 15px, this is 15px, and this is done. This is basically it. So this is how we create the localities part, this with the animation and all. So this looks really good. This is what we have done till now. We have created the top part, the options part, the collections part, and now finally the locations part. Next, we are going to be moving on to the app section here. This app section is a separate section. This is outside the main body section. We are going to create a separate section for this in the code. Firstly, as I told you in the last video, that this section is a different section, so I create a new section with the class of app section. Okay, and in this section, what we would have is, we would have the content. So I'm going to give it a div of class content. Wait a second, I'll give it app content, and in this content we will have the image. This, the left side, this will be the image. So I'm just going to give it the div class of app, or the phone image, and this I'll have the image, the src of my phone. And the next part, the right part, this part will be the info, app info. So I'm going to give it the app dash info. Right now, in this part, we have the heading first, the get Zomato app. This is the heading, this is the description, right? So I'm going to write div class heading. Heading is the get the Zomato app. The next line would be the description. I'm just adding app so that we can style it separately. There is no other reason for this. You can name it whatever you want. Obviously, this is the class. And for the description, we already have this, and then this is the option, like this options. So I'm just going to give it a div with the class of options, app options, and here this will be two different inputs, right? So this will be the first input. First option will be this. This is the first option with the input, with the type of radio, and the ID would be email, and by default this is checked, so I'm just going to add check here. And the label for this will be, label we write like label for would be the same thing that I wrote in the ID. I'm going to write the email, and I can write email here. This is the first option that we created. The second option, wait a second, I'm just going to rename to app option, that it doesn't cause the issue with the above option that we have created. So we have created the app option. The second thing is the phone, so I'm going to give it the ID of phone, and here also I can write phone. This is the input box, so we have created this. Also, we need to have a name so that they whenever we use radio button, we add a name for the group to identify which group they are in. So I can give it a name of options, and and here also I can give a name of option so that only one of these can be selected at a time. And this isn't checked, so I can remove this check from here. And if you see what we have right now, we have this, as you can see, only one can be selected at once, right? The next thing that we want is the buttons. Oh wait, first we have the input, so I'm going to create the input part after the options. Class, I'm going to add input, and in this part we are going to have we'll firstly have the input part with the type of text, and this is a text input, or wait, this is an email, right? So we're going to change the type to email. We're going to have a placeholder called email. This is it for now. ID, let's write email input, and after this we have a button, so we can write the button here, and in this button it is written share app link. So this button is also done, and these are basically in a row, right? So this input can be given a row. I can rename it to email input, since so that it doesn't confuse with any other inputs we have in case we try to use it further. So I've done this so that they are in a row. And then we have download app from, so that is a different section. I have just separated all these sections. This is the option section, this is the email section, and the last section that we are going to create right now is this, the store section. We're going to give it a ID of class of store. So here we would have a text download. Wait a second, firstly let's create a heading. Store description, this is the description. Download app from, this is the text that we have, and then we can show the store buttons. What are the store buttons? These will be 2 images only, so I'll just give you the links for these images so that we can just add it directly. I'm going to write image src, whatever the src is, and the alt text to be Apple Store. And the next one will be, and this is also should be a row, right, since these are in a row. I gave it, and this is the Play Store. So let's see what we have now. We have all the things that we require, and this phone image also. Let's just give it an alt text of phone image. So this is how we are going to be structuring our thing, right? You get it now, right? So firstly, let's see this part. Let's just add the images first, all the images. I'll just add the links from the code that we already have. This is the first phone image. Like I told you before, all these links are from Zomato's website only, so you can also visit that website if you want, and get right click and inspect, or the deployed link that I've provided. Both of them have the same image. We have the first image, as you can see. This is the very big image, but no issues. The next image is the App Store, and let's see in the store part, in the buttons, we would have the App Store button, and then the next part would be the Play Store button. So first App Store button source, and the next button would be the Play Store button source. And now you can see all of these buttons are also there. So we have all the content that we need to create the app section of the part. Now let's see the styling. For this styling, firstly let's create the background color. The background color is a lot like white, so firstly we just need to create a separate CSS file that we've been doing every new video. So we're just going to create the app section file, app section.css. I'm just going to name it app section.css. Here let's see what do we need. We just need the app section. I think we just need to style this app section. And firstly let's see, this is the app section. Let's see the background color, what the color is. Let's go to the styling to verify the styling there. As you can see, the background color is this color, right? And the width, we want it to be 100% of the width, like it should take 100% of the space, basically the whole screen. As you can see, the color is here now. So although it is taking automatically, but we'll just give it again. width should be 100%. And then we can see, since this we want it to be in the center, like everything is in the center, we're going to give it a display of flex so that everything is in the center. In fact, display of flex, and I'm just going to go align item center and justify content center. So everything is in the center now. This image also, this image is taking up a lot of space. So first let's give the dimension to this image, right? So let's go to the image. Let's see where the image is. Yeah, so as you can see in this app section, in the phone image, I'll just copy the same styling for now and I'll explain it to you, right? So what is it doing? It is positioning it relatively. So this is by default also, by default it is static, but we are giving it relative since we want it to be positioned on the left side. The max width to be 100%, so that the max width is the maximum width of the whole thing. Why do we need it to be 100%? Because when we are going to do this on the phone, like when we reduce screen size, it will be 100% only. So that's why we're just giving it 100%. But the width right now will be 25 rem and the height will be 45 rem, and the overflow is hidden. So as you can see, since the overflow is hidden, we aren't able to see the actual image. Okay, so for that we need to actually modify the dot app section and then the phone image and then the image, so that we can give the width and height to this image. As you can see, the width is 100%, height is 100%. These two properties first. Let's see what happens. As you can see, this does not look very good, like it is just expanding it or stretching it in a different way. So for this, like we were doing it earlier, that the property that we were using was box fit, I think, right? Box fit, box sizing. No, the property was object fit. Earlier we were using object fit. Earlier we were using it to be cover. But here we need the whole phone image, right? So we are going to contain it in the space so that it contains itself. As you can see, it is in the proper dimensions now. This is what was important. After this, we do not need this property. Okay, we do not need this. Yeah, so this is what we required. These are the only three things that we require to create this. The other properties you can ignore for now, like these are not even required as such. These were just in the Zomato website, so we do not need to add those. But yes, so this is what is required, right? So we have this now, but this content is aligned in a row, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the app section first. I'll just add the styling above the phone since the section comes first, right? So I'm doing this, and in the app section, the content part, let's see if what did we write to the content. App content, okay, app dash content. This displays flex, and we can see they are aligned, and we want to make them in the center, and I'll do align at the center, so they are in the center now. And yes, so basically this is it. Now we go to the info part and then the enforced heading part. So first we'll check if the heading is there. This is the app heading first, so we are going to go to the app section, or I can just do app heading, and the heading will be I'm just taking the reference to the previous code to get the exact values, since obviously I do not remember the exact values. So here let's go there. Where is the title part? Yes, this is the title. So the color is a bit dark, like it's not exactly black but a bit different than black, so that is why the color has been added. As you see, this is not exactly black, I mean it is black, but there is a small difference, so that is why we have changed the color. This is in the Zomato website only, that is why we added that. And the margin part, we have already discussed about the margin, how the margin is created. The left right parts are 0 and the top and bottom parts are 1.5. Font weight is basically giving it a weight of 500, and the font size, to give the font size, we do not need the line height is just to give it a specific height, like how much it takes up the space. So as we see, this is the exact same font and everything, I mean the font size and everything that we have. Now in the next part, in the description part, we need to create the description. I'll do the exact same thing again, description, and let's see this app description. The font size inherit, we discussed this earlier in the video, that in the earlier videos, that this means that get the font size from the parent. I'll just copy these properties so that you can understand it. Margin, again we have already done. This is 2.5 rem margin above and below this, and the color should be, the color again is a bit different. As you can see, the hex code, black is 000. It is just close to black, a bit above on the scale. As you can see, like this is black but this is a bit above. So the line height again to how much space it takes. The font size and the font weight are there also, like what we want them to be. Okay, so these are just exact values, that is why I'm copy pasting them. I basically explain the structure of how we are going to do that. I'm basically copying and pasting the simple code that is there, and we already discussed about it. Okay, so the next options part, as you can see, this is a row, right? These will be present in a row. So instead of that, I'll just, in the app options part, I'll just also add a row so that we can directly see this. As you can see now, they're in a row. But the app option should be separated and there should be space in between, so I'm going to give justify content in the center. So I'm going to give it app, wait a second, what was the name here? App options, and display would be wait a second, justify content would be space between, space around, space between. As you can see, it is taking up the whole space, but we don't want it to take up the whole space. Let's see how much space we want it to take up exactly. Or like, there can be two ways of doing this. Either we let it take up the whole space, like take up like 50% of the space and then do justify content space between, or give the margin right to the email part. Okay, it will have the same effect basically. Let's see what the Zomato thing have done, like what Zomato has done. Yeah, so firstly we'll also have to change the color for that, the accent color. Why is this? The color inside of this box too should be changed, right? Here it is blue right now, but if you want to change that, that is known as an accent color. I'm just changing it right here so that it is changed, right? So that is the only thing, the main thing. Now after that, let's see what is the app section part. The width is 50%, as you saw. I told you it was 50%, so let's just do width to be 50% and let's see what happens. It is there. Also after the app options, I'm just going to select a single option, and the display is flex already, since we have already done that, and since it was a row, the option was a row, so the display is flex, and the justify content should be align items should be centered so that they are aligned properly. Align items should be centered. Just entered it, right? Also there is some space in there, as you can see, maybe 5px, so we are going to give it a gap of 5px. We have already discussed what gap does in the previous videos. It keeps the space between two elements, so we have 5px space. And let's see how much exactly the font size is. So the font size here is 1.6 rem, okay, and the height is 4 rem. So like the height, why have we given the height? So that like it takes up this space. As you can see, this space is the height part. This is not exactly important. Instead of that, we can also give the margin. Ideally margin would be better, but Zomato has done that, so I've just copied and pasted Zomato's thing only. Okay, so the font size was 1.6 rem, which is basically 16px. This is taking shape, as you can see. This is the actual thing, and this is what we've done. This is taking up this, like taking shape on what we want it to be. Yes, the next thing we want is, we have done this. Now the input part, as you can see in the input, ideally there is just a very simple border, so we are going to change the border color, we are going to give it a padding, we're going to change the font size, and yeah, that is it. And we're going to change the width of it. Also the share app link and this thing, they should be in a single row. They are already in a single row. And in the button also, we're going to give it a padding, change the border, change the color, and change the font size. That is it. That is the most we're going to do. So let's select it again. What do we want? Firstly, we need to go to the email input part. We'll go to the email part, input with the type of email. So we can target it in CSS like this only, input with the type equal to email. We can target the input here, and then if you want to access the button, how can we access that? We can go to email input, the div with the dot email input, and then the button inside of the email input. So this is how we can style that. Let's see what the styling should be exactly, like the exact values. I already told you we need what the property we need to change. Let's see the values. Firstly, it is display flex, the margin, bottom, and gap. This is for this only, the whole thing, since there is gap between these, right? So this was basically email input first, so we'll just dot email input. Let's see what happens in our output. As we can see, there is a 10px gap, and there is a space in the bottom, margin bottom also, that we have provided. right? Now let's see what the exact thing should be. As we are giving the padding, the height is not important since padding is already there, but since Zomato had added it, the exact reason why I've added it. The background is white color only. By default it's also white, but you have specified it in case the colors change for some reason. The border, as you can see, border we have already discussed earlier how the border is given 1px solid red and all it is given. So this will be 1px only. 0.1 rem is basically 1px. Solid is solid dashed or that the border actually style, and the color is a bit grayish color. So that is what we are doing. The font size is 18px, that I already told you. 1.8 rem basically, we can replace that. And the width, I already told the width will be 100%. We're going to change that. The outline is none. This is for the whenever you select that, if you select this input right now, this will, like, as you can see, the blue color there, right? We do not want that. So for that we set the outline to none. We do not actually need this part, so we'll just copy this right now and I'll show you what changes. This looks a lot like what we require, right? Except the border radius property. The border radius is also there. Let's just see what the border radius property actually is. The exact border radius, I mean. So it is 0.6 rem. The color of the text also, the input text color also we have to change. So yes, I've changed that. This is perfect now, right? Now then we have the button. Now the button should be the background color and the border radius, and the exact same thing we have to change. So as you can see, the background color is there, the color is white. We discussed already, the background color would change, the color would change, and the border is none. So let's first copy these three properties. As you can see, this is the taking shape of this color, and you can see this min width should be 15 rem. As you can see, like it was given there, it should be of some size so that it fits everything there. I'm just giving it a min width of 15 rem. It is taking up the space. Also, since it is a button, I would like it to be having a cursor of pointer. I've done that, and then let's see what is there. And the border radius again 0.6 rem, just same as the input. It is preferable to always use the same border radius. The font size, again we're changing the padding and the cursor we already done. So we're going to copy these properties and just paste them there. We have already discussed about these properties, and it is taking up the space. Now what happens is, whenever you hover over this button, as you can see, there is a slight color change, right? So how do we trigger that color change? We just go to dot email input, the button, and we use the pseudo selector like I told you about in the previous video. We use the hover property. But what happens when it hover? I'll just change the background color here to be blue just to show you. As you can see, wait a second, it's not our code. As you can see, this is changing to blue. Also, like, it will be a cool effect if we add a transition. What happens is, whenever we use animations or hover property in CSS, we can use a transition property. I can do 0.2 seconds also. It will take 0.2 seconds to change from. As you can see, it is taking some time to change from. If I increase the time, you'll be able to see it more clearly. 1 second, and all means all the transition on the page, nothing else. As you can see, it took 1 second to change the color, right? The best value by hit and trial, I found it to be 0.2, but this is our own touch. This is not in Zomato, so I've just done 0.2 seconds, and the exact value for the color that we're changing is from Zomato, this color. I'm just going to get it from this line, the code that I've already written. So yeah, as you can see, we already have this good animation. It's looking good now in our code. Yes, it looks good, right? The next part is to change this caption part. This was our description, I think, phone description, maybe store description. Okay, so this is a store description class. I'm just going to add it here. Yes, so I have the store description dot store description, and let's see the font size for it. As you can see, the line height, we already discussed multiple times what line height is, and margin also, and the color is obviously the color of it. As you can see, it is a bit grayish types in the actual output. As you can see, this is gray, right? So that is the hex RGB code for gray. That is a different way of writing a gray color. We exactly wanted that, so I'm just writing that, and the font size is 1.4 rem. So I'm just going to copy and paste these properties for now. So that you can also see that this is simple CSS, that is why I'm doing that. The main concepts here are already like covered, right? So now the next part is the store buttons image part. Again, what would happen is object fit is covered because we want them to cover the whole thing now. We don't want to contain them, we want to cover them instead. And the position is relative. Obviously we do not need this since this is not required. The max width is 100% so that it takes up all the space, and the width and the height I've also given, like specifically what the dimensions of the image should be. These are from Zomato only, and the cursor is obviously a pointer since this is a button. So how do we do that? We just go to the store buttons, I think. Store buttons dot store buttons, and the button inside of them. Oh, I mean the image inside of them, since that is a button. We have just given them the image tags and not the button tag, which you can see here. And you can see now, like this is converted to be a button. But I think there is a space here. This is a small space here. The space is not, wait a second. The space is not here. So I am just going to give it a space. How will I do that? By doing store button, accessing store buttons, and then giving them a gap. Store buttons, I will give them a gap of 2 pixels maybe. Is this good? Yes, 2 pixels it is. So it was 2 pixels only. So we have created this app section also properly. The next thing, in the next video, what we are going to be building is, as you can see, this looks good. In the next video, we are going to be building the explore options near me part, and then we'll create the footer, and then we'll be done. So this is only 2 options are left. Keep going, you're doing great. We are almost done with the whole thing. It looks good, looks exactly like Zomato. In this video, like in this section, what this part, this whole part, if you click on this, this will open, this animates. So this part is known as an accordion. An accordion in HTML is anything that like shows a title first, and then when you click on it, it shows the other data. Okay, it is ideally used in FAQs and all, but here it is used in explore option only. This is also basically showing options, right? As you can see, this also has another animation. We are going to follow the same process like we followed in the last videos. For example, we first created one component and then just duplicated the data. We're going to do the exact same thing here. Okay, firstly, we're going to create this data, the first one, and then we're going to duplicate all the data. So let's get started with this in the code. Yes, so the code is, firstly we'll create a different section for it. This section will have a class of, this is the explore options section. So we'll write explore options, okay. And in this explore options section, we will have a title. So I'm going to give it a new class of heading. Just write explore heading just to be sure. And what is the heading? We have explore options near me. So not capitalized, so yes, we have this heading. The next part is the actual accordion section. Like all of these are accordions, right? The 4 accordions that we have. So we are going to create a container for the accordions. I'm just going to write accordions list, right? And this accordions list, just like we created it earlier in the collections part and in the options part here, everything. We just need to have accordion list, and then each of them will have an accordion. I'm just going to write accordion for each of them. Now, what this accordion will have, wait a second, yes. Accordion, I think the spelling for accordion is wrong. I'm going to change it, accordion. Yes. Now, I will have 4 accordions, 4 of these accordions. As you can see, this will be the structure of the piece that we are doing, and in this accordion, we will have the title first. First, we'll have the container part, the actual container. Like this is the container that we have, and the next part, this will be the data. So I'm going to create another structure. I'm just going to write them class accordion container, and the next part will be the class accordion data. Yes. So I have this data and this part. Now, as you can see clearly that firstly, this accordion, all the accordions firstly are display flex and in flex direction columns, and these are in the column for CSS styling. And in this part also, this whole, the container part, this and the data, these are also display flex in the column. And this whole, only the container part is a row where this is the justify contains space between. Since there is space in between, so we're just going to display flex and do that, and we have an arrow. So we're just going to have in this container, firstly we will have the title part, accordion title. What will be the title for the first one? Popular business near me. And the next thing that I'll have is a div, array tag. This shows like we're just using data feather again, feather icons to get the bottom part. Data feather, and what is the icon that we have? Chevron down. We've been using it many times, so we are just doing it again as a chevron down icon. And then in the data part, what is the data? This is basically, this can be considered as a list, right? So I can have a UL in the part. I will have a UL here, and each UL obviously has an li tag, and each li tag is bakery food near me firstly, bakery food near me. Also, you can see like there is this small circle. This can be either marker or something, but markers will always start from the start. So we'll have to, in the styling, what we'll have to do is we'll have to get a condition so that the first marker doesn't show and the, so this would be the condition. So instead of that, what I've done is I've just created another div here after the li tag called the small circle div class small circle. I'm just giving it another div. This can be easily used. Okay. So if we have multiple of these li tags like this, I'm just going to copy and paste these tags multiple times. So let's see what we have now. As you can see, this is the basic data that we have right now. We'll have to do CSS styling and fix it. Okay. So first, what we need is, firstly, I just copy all of these, the first part, all the list part, just so we have the data. I just copy this accordion data part. Second, I just copy the whole accordion data from the first one. This is the data, like this is just the random data that I'm pasting, nothing else. This is what we've already done. I'm just pasting. As you can see, instead of a div, I just use a span, since span only takes one space in it. Instead, if I use the div, I have to do with fit content. Instead of that, span does that automatically. That is why I've used span. Otherwise, this is the data that we already discussed. So I'm just going to close this UL tag for now, so that we don't have to worry about that. And let's see if we have all the data on the screen. So as you see, we have all the data for the accordion on the screen. Now, if we go back here, as you can see, this takes up the space, exactly the amount of space this takes. And this space is 110 rem, as we know from the main body video, right? So here, what I'm going to do is, for our thing, I'm going to firstly create a new CSS file. It will be explore options.css. Okay. And this explore options.css, firstly I'll have to also import this CSS file. Explore options.css. Now let's go back to the CSS file, and first we'll have the explore options part. Yes, we have the explore options. Now here the width is 110 rem, so that it takes up the proper amount of space. But we want it to be in the center, so we'll have to give it the margin of auto. Now it's in the center of this. As you can see, it starts from the proper space that we want it to start, right? And let's see if we have another margin or something, margin bottom or something. Let's talk about that later. But first, let's now look at the heading part. Next part is the explore heading that we have created. This heading tag, the exact font size, I'll just take a look at the CSS file that we already have to get the exact values of it. Let's see the heading. The font size is rem, and then the font weight is 500 only. So I'm just specifying it to be 500. Let's see what we have now. It's okay, so we have this. Also, as you can see in the actual thing, there is some space above this and below this. So what is that space? That space is given to margin. So I'm just going to copy and paste the exact values for the margin. 0.0 2 rem. This just means left and right are 0 and bottom and top are 2 rem. So I'm just adding the 2 rem properties. So I have the margin too. Wait a second. Also, yeah, this also has a padding basically. This was the bottom part, and this also has a padding. Since there was a space, explore options that are padding. As you can see, this changed. So we have properly, like we have written this properly, right? And we've done all these properties. Also, the color for the heading, as you can see, it's not exactly black, but like a shade of black. So I'm just also going to change that. As you can now see, there is a very small color change than black. Right. Now the next part is actually the accordions list. So I'm just going to go to accordions list. Excuse me. Yes. So now in the accordions list, what we have is this is display flex, just I told you, and the flex direction will be the column. Nothing we'll not be able to see anything right now, but yes. Also, if we look at this by default, what is happening is the data is not visible. So we are going to enable that this interaction. If we click on this, these interactions are done through JavaScript. So we are going to do this through JavaScript. I'm just going to go here and just do accordion data, and I'm just do display of none, so that it's not visible to us. The data just goes away. Okay, so we just have this. And now, like I told you, firstly we need to have the single accordion. For each accordion, we have the display of flex, and the flex direction is column. Why is this? Because like this is the first section of it, the actual box, and then this is the data. So these are in a column, so I've just given it to be a column. Right? If I comment this out, you will be able to see that they are arranged in a column. Yes, they are arranged in a column. Also, after this, what do we need is in the accordion. Also, this also has a border. As you can see, the border should be. We have been doing this for a while, so I'm just going to write it directly. And the RGB values, I think, I'm not sure. Okay, great. So this is not 25. Also, you can see this is the darker part because we do not have any data, and we need to have a margin here. I'll just give a margin of 2 rem. The top and bottom should be, or actually just the top, margin top. I'll give margin top to be and bottom and to 2 rem. So you can see like these are the data part, and there should also be a padding here, I think. Yes, the padding is also there. I'm not sure of the exact values. For now, I'm just going to add a padding of 1 rem and 1.4 rem. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, so it's good, right? It looks good. The padding, this is top and bottom, this is the left and right. This is why I've done that. Let's see the exact values for it. We have the margin bottom to 2 rem, this is fine. The border radius also is there. As you can see, we have solid borders here, but here there is a small border radius. So I'm just going to use the border radius here. Also, let's see the exact sign for the color. 232. It's not 25, it's 232. So we just change that 232 and 232. Let's see what it looks like now. Okay, so it is taking shape, looking proper. And we have padding 2 and 2.4 rem instead of 1 and 1.4. So I'm just going to modify this also. Okay, so this is better. And what else do we have? Everything else. Otherwise, you can see if you hover over this, there is no cursor, but we want this to be a pointer like this arrow. So we're just going to, we can do that easily, like we discussed in the previous video, using cursor, pointer. So we already have this here. Like we are doing this perfectly. Right. Now the next part would be to have the accordion container. The accordion container, which is the part which contains the title and the arrow. So firstly, it should be display flex, and the justify content should be space between, like we discussed. Space between, and this is the proper space. Also, as you can see, these are not properly aligned. So to align them properly, like we have discussed in the previous videos also, I'm just going to do align items. Center. So they are aligned to the center. Yes, they are properly aligned now. Now the font size of this and this part is different, so I'm just going to check the exact value of the font size. Font size is 20px, which can be written as 2 rem also. So let's just write it as 2 rem first. 2 rem, yes, 2 rem. This works. And this is also working. And the font weight is a bit lighter, so I'm just going to do it to 200. I'm just going to do font weight to be 200. So this is a bit lighter now. Let's see. Right. Now the next thing is this is a bit bigger, as you can see. Also, I've added a transition since the animation of this. If you take a look at it, this is a 0.2 second animation. As you can see, I found this out by rate and trial methods and also from the Zomato website, so you can do that. I found this to be the best. So I'll just copy and paste this part here. This is just the icon part, this icon for this transition, nothing else. So as we have created this container very properly, the next thing would be, I'll just comment this out for now. This accordion data should not be none. We need to style this properly, right? After this, we'll just change it to be none. So I'll just comment out this line specifically, since we want it to be displayed right now. We just want to display it properly. Now what the issue would be, we'll just go to accordion. Accordion data, and then the UL inside of that. Now first we want these dots to be, small dots to be gone. So for that we do list style to be none. Like these dots are gone now, and I want this to be display of flex, so that they are one line after the other. But as you can see, these are not properly doing that, so I'm just going to give it a flex wrap of wrap, so that they automatically go to the next line and they properly get that, right? And let's see if we have a gap or something. I'm just looking at the exact values. So we create the proper things. The max with 100%. Let's wrap. We've done that, and we want to align them to the center. So we just do align items. Why do we need to do this? Because we are going to create a small circle now, right, between the circle thing. Yes. So we choose now. Max width is 100%. That's it. Also, after each of them, what is there? As you can see, there is this small circle. So we need to create this small circle also. How will we create a circle? I'll just show you how to create a circle in CSS. We are going to write accordion data dot small circle. This basically means the accordion, the small circle inside the UL, inside the accordion data. So this is how we go from right to left in the CSS whenever you want to look at it. So after this, I'm going to give it a this, or actually display first. Yeah, I need to give a display since it is a line. Like as you can see, we want it to be in a line, right? According to these. So this display is going to display inline block. Instead of just block, this is just in the line, a single line. So I'm just going to give it a inline block display. Yes, and after this, I'm going to give it a width. For now, let's just give it to be 10 pixels. I change the exact value later. And the height will also be 10 pixels since I'm creating a circle. And the border radius should be 100%. We can also do 50%, 100%. Also create a circle. Also, we need to give it a background color. Color to be black for now. Okay, ideally, I think the data, like the color is this only, but let's keep it. Yeah, so this is how we create a circle. Also, like you can see, there is some space there after the circle and below, before the circle, and the exact values are small. I think there are 2 px or something. Let me just check what the values actually are. Okay, so the color, background color is different, as you can see. So firstly, let's change the background color here. Now you can see the color is the actual color we want it to be. And what else do we want? The bottom into margin right. Okay, so the margin right is after the space that I told you about, the space after it. We want it to be margin right in 1 gram, and the margin bottom is 0.34 gram. So it takes up space, and the width and height are 3 px each. So 0.3 gram means 3 px. I can just change it to 3 px. And you can see this is working perfectly. Whatever we want it to be, it is doing that. And now, for each of these li tags, like these li tags, as you can see, they have some space, they have some font size. We're going to change the size of that now. We will just go to accordion data UL and the li tag inside the UL tags. I'm modifying that now. The font size, I think, is 1.4 rem, which is 14 pixels. Yes. Also, their color is this. As you can see, yeah, the color is the same color that we have the boxes. So they're also a bit lighter. And then the margin right, since the margin, they also have a space, like from the start also, as they are just doing that. Ideally, what you can do is you can give it a margin on the small circle itself. Like if you want, instead of margin right, you can just do margin right and margin left, both to be on them. But we can also give it in the li tag separately if you see margin right. Now this is in the center properly aligned. And the next part is the font weight is 200 and the font size is 1.6 instead of 1.4. So also the font weight is 200. Yes, so this is the styling that we have. So this is what we want. Also, as you can see, this part, this actual part, this has some padding, right? This has a margin above it. So we're going to try and change that. For that, we already have the accordion. Wait a second. The accordion data. For this, we have the margin to be top actually to be 2 m. You can see there is the space. The space is there. This is looking good. And just give it. Let me just see if you're missing something else. We have this, and the accordion data display is none. Okay. So now, if you see this, if you hover on this, these are turning to black. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to go here, and I'm just going to target them again, accordion data, using the pseudo tag that we learned about earlier in the previous videos. We're doing the exact same thing now. If we hover over it, then we want the color to be black. Let's see what happens. Yes, so it is turning into the black color. This is working fine, working perfectly like we want it to be, and it looks right like this. Also, like there is some space between them. I think this is 1 gram margin bottom. If you see the li part, if I give it a margin bottom to be 1 gram, this looks better. So instead of I'll just get the exact value instead of writing 1 gram. So margin, instead of that we have the line height part. Line height is the same thing basically. So instead of margin bottom part, I'll just give it a line height. We already discussed line height also, right? So line height is also working fine. This is what we wanted it to be, and it is looking like that. Now by default, what is happening is, as you can see, this looks good. And like now what we want is, we don't want it to be displayed, so I'm just going to uncomment this part again, display none, so it is not there, right? And this is the exact data that we want. So what I'm going to do is, instead of the 4 accordions that I had earlier, the 3 accordions, I'm going to delete those. I'm going to add the new ones that I just created. This is the other accordion, the other accordion. I'm just going to close all of these accordions and just have the first one that we were doing. Okay, right. So you can see these are looking good, just like this, properly. And now we need to go to the JavaScript part and actually enable the things, right? So for this, what I'm going to do is, since we are just targeting the accordion, I'm going to create a separate accordion.js file. Let's create a JS file in the scripts part, accordion.js, and we have to connect it to the our script tag. I mean the HTML part in the script tag. The source will be just like we were adding the href for the link part for the CSS. We are going to add this. We are going to go to scripts and accordion.js. We always add the scripts at the last of the Java HTML file, so that they get loaded after the whole content is loaded. So we are going to go to the accordions part, and we need to firstly get all the accordions, right? So I'm going to get all the accordions, I mean the accordion containers. Since we are going to click on that, and whenever we click on the accordion container, it is going to open that. So I'm going to write the accordions, like I'm going to define a variable, constant variable called accordions. I'm going to get them using the document object manipulation part. I'm going to get them on the from the document.get elements by class. This will return me an array of elements. Like there will be multiple accordions in this. What will be the class name? Accordion. I'm getting all the containers here. So I'm just getting all the elements that are the class of accordion container. After I have them, what can I do is I can do for accordions. Wait. I think these are a map. They are represented in the form of a map. Let's see. Oh, we are getting the, since this returns in a different form, we need the array. So I'm just going to do query selector also, so that we have multiple of these. So I'm just this returns in the form of a map, but we need it in the form of an array. So that is the difference between doing this. So accordions dot for each. I'm just going to do it for each element. This is a JavaScript shortened syntax for arrow functions. These are arrow functions. Instead of this, I can also write it to be a normal function. I can write it like this function, and we do not need this arrow. You can also write it like this. Okay. So I'm just having each accordion, and for each element, instead of element, I'm just going to write accordion here so that we have a single accordion and we know what we're doing. So accordion dot add event listener of click. Whenever we click on the accordion, we're going to listen to the event. So I clicked on the event listener. I have this, and I can console.log here. Console.log. I'm just going to console.log. Okay. So if I go there and I open the console, and if I click on them, they should show click. Wait a second. It's not showing click for some reason. This is a powerful part. Let me see if I'm missing something. I'll also add a function here so that you don't get confused with arrow functions. So this should ideally show accordions, and I'm selecting accordion container. Let me just check. This accordion container spelling is right. This accordion container. This is fine. In the console, it should show the data, but it is not. No worries. Let's see if the file is connected properly. I'm just going to write console.log hello there to see if this is connected. Okay, so the JavaScript is connected. There is no problem with the JavaScript part. Let's see if we can console.log the accordion here. So do we get the accordions? Okay, so we are not able to get the accordion. I think I'll just show all the accordions first. Okay, so this list. Okay, so this is an empty list. This should not be the case. Oh, okay. I got the error. What the error was, as you can see, this is working fine. But the problem with this is query selector instead of get element by class name. So we need to have the query. And how do we do with the query? Like we do it just like with the CSS selectors. We can add the CSS selector, and how do we access the class in CSS? We just add a dot. So if I take a look here and if I click on this should show me click. Okay. So whichever one is clicked, it just shows click. Now I want this to open this part. So what I'm going to do is I need to firstly get the data. How do I get the data? The accordion data. For that, here you can see this. Whenever I click on this, I will have access to a variable called this. Okay. If I console.log this here, wait a second. In this part, console.log this is a keyword in JavaScript. It is reserved. It is a bit confusing for beginners, but don't worry about that. What this would return is this will return where this function has been triggered, which means what did we click to get the data. So this will return that data. This will return which accordion did I click. So if I console.log this, and you can see, wait a second. You can see this accordion container is this accordion container, and if I click on this part and if I hover on this, so this accordion container, which accordion container was selected is given by the variable of this, right? So in this container, what I need is, since I've clicked this, I need to get the data. Now data is the sibling. What is the sibling? Like, as you know that this is the parent. A parent component is any div that is above the current div in the hierarchy tree. Right? It is a bit confusing. So whenever, like if you go to VS Code and you click on this arrow, whatever is inside this is the children of this accordion. And now since both of these are in the same level, these are known as siblings. So how do we get that? Get the access to that? We can do const data equal to the data element and the accordion data. This can be written as this. What is this? This is the accordion container, and data is the exact sibling. So I can do get this dot next element sibling. Next sibling element. I think I'm not exactly sure. This is a function like next element sibling. Yes, so I did it correctly. This just means to get the next element sibling. So this is basically inbuilt in JavaScript. Let's see if it works. and let me just console.log the data. Let's see if I can get the data. This should show me the data component. It is hidden right now, but it will show it to me. You can see the accordion data. I have this accordion data here with the UL that I wanted it. Okay. So this is how I can see it. Now what I want is, whenever I click on that, I want this data to be displayed. Okay. So how can I do that? I can do this data. I can just add a CSS here. If I add a class of show, I can do the display of block. So what if I go here and I do the I give it a class of show. Okay, so this should be able to show the data. Like this is display of block, and it is important. So if I have given it show, right? So I can give it show. This is the first one only. Now the first one should show the data since I have added the CSS type. As you can see, this, if I add a class of show to this specific accordion, it will show the data. So I can just write data.classlist dot add dot actually toggle. Firstly, let's do the add part, and add part is show. We want to add the class of show to this specific data element. Okay, the one we get after clicking. So let's see if it works. I clicked on this, I got the data. Now what I want is, if I click on it again, it should go away, right? So to go away, I should have to have removed there. Okay. So if I click on that, it is already not there and it is removed. So we are not able to see that. But what if we want to toggle it? Toggling it means turning it on and off. If it is on, turn it off. If it is off, turn it on. So for that, JavaScript has an inbuilt method called toggle. So let's see if it works. I will go here. I will click on this. As you can see, this works properly. And I can click on this multiple times and this will work for each of the elements. Okay. The next part would be to animate this circle, right? This icon specifically, as you can see in the actual thing. This works like this. We can take a look at this. This shows the data. Also, this moves. So to move it, what we can do is, we go back and we add another class. Since we already added a transition, I will show the animate class. I will create another class called animate. What this will do is, this will actually transform and rotate it by 180 degrees. Okay, since you want to rotate it like 180 degrees from above the bottom to top part, you want to rotate it like that. And if I add the animated, add the animate class on this tag. Just a second. I'll give it a class of animate. On the first one, you will be able to see that it is turning upwards, right? And we've already added the 0.2 second transition. So what would happen is, if we add the class now, whenever it moves from 0 to 180 degrees, it will animate there automatically through CSS only. We won't have to do anything like any JavaScript won't be important. So for that, what we need is, we need to firstly get access to the icon that is inside of that specific container, right? So to get that, how will we do that? Const icon. I'm going to do that like this. For this dot query selector all. Instead of query selector all, I'm going to write query selector since we just need the first element. We got the first I tag, which means the first icon that we have. And then what I can do is, with the first icon, I can do icon dot class list dot toggle again, since we want to toggle it. What was the class name? Animate. Okay, so I'm just going to do it like this, and I can remove the class animate from here by default since we do not need that. Let's see if it works now. Wait a second, it does not work. What do we have? We have the icon part, and this is the class list. Wait a second. Add this. Wait a second. I have the animate class here. Animate, the spelling is fine. And animate here is also fine. Wait a second. I think the CSS animate is different. Transform, I have rotate of 180 degrees. This is fine. There seems to be an error. We have the I tag only. This dot query selector. We have the I tag. We are doing it perfectly. The class list is also fine. I'm just adding it to the toggle. I'm just adding a comment here. Add icon and hit the icon and add animation. Let's see if it works now. I refresh the page. It is still not adding it here to the icon. Let's see if you're getting the access to the icon first. I'll just write icon here in the console. Okay, so as you can see, cannot read the properties of class list. So this is the problem we are getting. We are not able to get the icon property. Why aren't we able to get the icon property? I think it is not the I tag, since we discussed in the previous video also. What data feather does is it gets the SVG, it reads an SVG element. So you can see like this is doing it like this. But the problem with SVGs is it is not able to, what do we call it? It is not able to animate properly. So we need an I tag for that. So how do we use an I tag now? Now we need to use font awesome icons. This is the reason that I also told you about font awesome in the first and second videos. So we go, how do we get the font awesome icons? So we can just copy and paste the link. You just have to, I can just copy and paste it from here. This is the link that we have to copy and paste. Okay, this is the font awesome CDN link. CDN is the content distributed network. This I already told you about. This is the font awesome. Now we'll be able to use font awesome icon just like we were using data feather icons. So let's see what font awesome icons actually look like. We go to their website, and this search part, I'll just go to the arrow. I'll just write arrow. This will be chevron down only, I think. Just write chevron. Yes, so chevron down only, chevron down icon only. So how do we do that? So instead of having data feather, I will just write class of FA chevron down. Whenever we use font awesome, we have to give it a class name. As you can see, these are the proper icons. And if I click on this, wait a second, and this is not an SVG, this is an I tag. So if I click on this, you will be able to see it is animated, right? This is what we want to. But it won't animate others because we haven't added the icon to the others. What we'll do is I'm just going to close this accordion for now and just copy and paste this accordion. Since we have changed the data, we have changed the data again. You can see we have added 3 more accordions with all of the same icons, and this is working perfectly like we wanted to do. Now the only thing left is to change the title. Since here also in the actual demo that I created, I've only changed the title, other things are the exact same. So I'm just going to change the title for each of them. You can also do that. If we go there, let's see the second one. This is the restaurants. And close this up again. Next part, top restaurant chains. And the last part is the cities we deliver to. Like if you open the Zomato website, the data will be different, but since this is a lot of data, I just wrote it down once, and then what I did was I just copied and pasted and just changed the accordion title. If you want, you can go to the Zomato website and add the data yourself and make it the actual clone. But for now, we have done this, and you can see if I click on this, I'll be able to see the data. If I click on this, the data is there. Everything is working perfectly. Okay, so we have created the explore option near me in this video. In the next video, we are going to be moving on to the footer part, and then mostly we'll be done. And just what we'll be left with, we will be left with like making it responsive for the phone and all. Since right now, if you take a look at it, it is not that responsive. Okay, it is good, but it is not perfect like you would want it to be, right? So let's just also, like, instead of having it to be the exact width, what I'm going to do is, here in the CSS file, I'm going to give it a max width of 110, right? Okay, and the width should be 100% only. Okay, 100%. This is just better practice, since maximum is 110 and by default it can take 100% of the width, and it is not like overflowing it. As you can see, earlier it was overflowing, so this was another way to make it responsive by not actually making it responsive without using media plays. So this is what we did right now. This is what it looks like in the iPad, the tablet. Now let's get started. This footer I've already explained the structure in the initial videos, in the overview of the code video. If I go here, let's go to the HTML part. First, I'll just close this off, and I'm going to have the last section for the footer. Now in this footer section, I'm going to have 3 different divs. The top section, the div class top section. Then we have the middle section. This is the top section, this is the middle section, and this is the end section below the line. So what I'm going to do is I'm just creating the structure for now. I'm going to create the middle section, and then I'm going to create the line. HR is the line. The horizontal rule is the line in HTML. That is how we create a line. The last part will be the end section. Right. So this is what we have right now. Let's add the data now. Firstly, we will have the image in the top section. The first part will be the image src, and this will be the src that is given. I'll just add an alt tag called Zomato logo. And after the image tag, we have this section, the buttons with class drop downs, and this we each have a drop down. Like each of them have a drop down. We have the div class of drop down. The first is the image with the src of something. Let's give it the alt of India logo. And after that, we have the text called India. I'll just give it a div called drop down text. Since we want it to be a div, we're going to give it display flex, so it's in a row, and align the center to center it, align it in the center, and the text is India for the first one, and the last part is the icon. So I'll just give it the icon by using the data feather icons. I'm just going to give it to the chevron. Multiple times we've done this, so we are doing the same thing now. And then the next, again the drop down is the same. And here, instead of the logo, I have the icon again, the world, the globe or world icon. Let's find the icon first in the feather icons part. Let's go to the feather icon directory and just search for world. Yes, we have the globe icon. So for that, we just need to use the I tag again, data feather, and this feather icon is the globe icon, right? That's globe icon now. And we have the chevron icon, and this is the image text. As you can see in the output that we want, this is English. Okay, so let's see what we have right now. I refresh this page. So I have the Zomato logo, the India logo, India, and this, right? Also, I need this to be a row. This top section is a row, right? So I'll just add row instead of having to do that, since we've already done that. And this is also a row. The drop down section is also a row. I'm also giving it a row. And this drop down is also a row, so I'll also give this a row. So this is what we want, and also drop downs itself is a row. So I'll give it a row here also. Now you can see these are working, like this is what we basically want. Now we will just type it properly again, right? And after that, what we need is, let's see, this is the middle section. In the middle section, we have this, like all of these, it's separate divs, right? As you can see, these are basically just divs. So I'm just going to create one and then duplicate. This is what we've been doing for the whole video. This is what we are going to be doing again. So in the middle section, what we have is we have multiple footer links. So I'm just giving it a footer links div, and each div we will have a title. I'm just going to give it a h6, right? Here I have heading 6. The class you already have that. And the first is about Zomato, and then we have this data, who we have log work with us and all. So this is a UL, right? This is an unordered list with each li element and so on. So I'm just going to copy and paste this whole data, since I'm not going to type it out right now. I'll just copy this footer links. As you can see, we have the footer links here. We have the first footer links. Let's see what these are. As you can see, this is what I said, right? The second part again, and the third part. In the third part is, like you can see, these are footer links, and inside of the footer links there are a few footer links, and this is these itself are links. So I'm just created this in a column, since we already created a column, and then we have the footer links. Let's see how much do we have right now. We have just one of them, right? About Zomato part. And instead of the okay, we have about Zomato, we have this. So we have the first footer link. I'll just copy and paste the other ones. We have the first one. I'll just start copying from here and copying here. And this is the middle row part. This is basically the exact same thing only, as you can see. Wait a second, right? Till here, this is the same. After this, what we have is we have the footer links again, footer title we have, and instead of normal links, like instead of the normal UL tag, there is a difference here, as you can see. This difference is the social links. So this is the title, and then this is the row. So I have given it another div, and wait a second, like div. This is the div, and in this div, instead of class social, I'll also add the class of row, since we want them to be in a row. And then we have these icons. So actually we don't even need this. I just do it like this, right? And in the buttons part, then we have the buttons, obviously, since this is a button and these are in a column. So I'm just going to give it a size of column. This is the App Store and Google Play Store. This is the same button that we have here. So let's just refresh this page and see what we have now. As you can see, these images are big. We have the data member that we want. And also the middle section here, this middle section is a row, so I'm just going to convert it to a row only. I'm just going to give it the styling of row. Now you can see this is what we want basically, right? And now the next part is the end section. In the end section, this is just the text that we have. So I'm just going to, in the end section, I'm just going to add the text. Also, I've added a name. So this is another end section. Since sections are basically how we're dividing them, I'm just going to duplicate this, and just instead of this text, I'm going to write made by, which is my name. So you can add your name here. This is how we have the end section. Let's see now what this div looks like. As you can see, this basically has the structure of this, but without the styling, right? So we are now going to add the styling here. Also inside the footer, what do we have? We have the footer. Yeah. So in this, we need a footer section where all of the data is there, like for all of the footer data. Since, as you can see, in this specific part, this footer has a background of gray, but the data only has the width that other things are, like this explore options have. This has 110 images, right? So for that, I'm going to wrap all of this data of the footer. Is the footer? Yes, inside another div called footer data. Okay, so all the data that we have, this will be inside the footer data div. And we have completed the structure properly. Now we just need to add the styling. As you can see, the structure is completed. Yeah, so now firstly, to get the styling, we are going to do the exact same thing that we've been doing. We are going to create the footer file again, the footer CSS file, and connect it to HTML. Firstly, I'm connecting it now. We don't have the file, so we'll create the file first. The footer.css file, and here first we have the footer. The width is 100%, and the background is the gray color. I don't actually know the exact hex value or the RGB code, so I'm just going to copy and paste this value, right? And then we want the data to be in the center of it. As you can see, all of it is in the center of the footer. So how can we do that? I'll just go there. I'll just do it a display of flex, the flex direction of not flex direction, align items of center, and justify content center. So this will center the elements in there, right? And the footer data part, let's go to the footer data now. Footer data width right now for footer data is the width that the elements are taken, but what we want the width to be is the width should be 100% only, but the max width would be again, like we did in the previous videos, is 110 gram. Okay, so this is what it is. And after this, what we want is, okay, so we have done that, and let's just copy these logos also so that we properly have the images also. I'll go here, I'll just copy the images first. This is the logo. I got these images, like I told you in the previous video, I got all of these images from the Zomato website. You can do that too. If you go to the Zomato website, right click and get the image source. I told you how to do that. We have the Zomato logo now. Then we have the India logo, and we already have the world globe icon, right? So instead of that, I'm just going to, I think we also have this india.png part in our assets. So I'm going to do that like this, /assets/images/india.png, and we have this india.png logo. So this is it. And after this, what we need is we will style the top section first, right? Yes, so we have this footer data is basically a column only, so I'll just give it a display of flex and the flex direction of column. And the next part is the top section. So the top section is already a row, so we don't need to do that. We do need to give it a justify content or space between. And if you see, there is the space in between, right? And we need the exact dimensions for this image, specifically the Zomato image. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy these exact height and width. Like this is 28 pixels and 132 pixels for the width, which is basically 2.8 rem and 13.2 rem. So I'm just going to copy this image. This is the top section, and this is the image that we have. So this is the exact dimension that we want this image to have, and these are the exact dimensions that we have. Also, there is some padding in this footer, right? In this footer data. So let's see what the exact value for the padding is. The padding is 4.8. Okay, so this is the padding value. This is copied from Zomato directly. So yes, you can just do that. I'll just copy it here, and you can see this is the space that we want. This is the exact padding that we have, right? And the top section again copied from Zomato. So we have to copy the exact margin bottom part. This is the margin bottom. So there is some gap after that. This is 4 rem. It's basically 40 pixels. I'm going to copy it and then paste it in the top section. And now let's move on to this image part. The drop downs. Basically, one drop down we're going to have this drop down part. This is the basic styling of it. I'll just explain it. Firstly, let me just copy it. Drop down. So yes, the min width you already know the minimum width, the maximum width that it can take is 100%. So yeah, the cursor is pointer since we want it to look like a button. As you can see, this is the cursor pointer part, and you can see the position. We don't actually need that. The padding is 0.3 and 0.7. This is the top and bottom. This is the left and right padding, and then we have the border color. As you can see, there is some border. We have a border radius also, and then we have display of flex. Why do we have a display of? Actually, we don't even need the display of flex. It is basically there to have the line item center property in case this grows or shrinks. So that is why we have that. We have 5 pixels between each element that we have created. We have already discussed this, and display flex is already there, so we don't need to give it again. And text overflow ellipsis. This is the dot part that we have discussed earlier, right? So yeah. So the next part would be to have this image to take a specific height and width. Since this image is very long, this is stretched image, but we wanted to have the exact dimension that we want. Okay. So as you can see, the height is 3 rem. The image, I'll just write top section drop down, and the image inside of the drop down, what we wanted to be, we wanted to take the height of 3 rem, not more than that, and height will be automatically width will be automatically displayed. Okay, so this is 3 rem means 30 pixels of height, and this is properly looking like the thing that we wanted to look at. Okay, this is looking perfect. Yeah. After that, we need the middle section now. Let's move on to the middle section. Middle section. Firstly, this middle section should have a width of 100%. A width of 100%. We just reinforce it. Right, and then we need to have the footer links here. As you can see, the footer links should have the styling now. We want to style each of these footer links. So I'm just going to footer dash links. The position is related. The width is 100% for each of them, so that we take up the maximum space. Basically, flex 1. Since that is a display of flex, I can also write flex 1 here. It will have the wait a second. For that, I need to have the middle section to have the display of flex. Yeah, so width also should be 100. Okay, so I've given flex grow 0, flex 0. Flex 1 basically means flex grow is that. Yes, as you can see, this has the exact same effect as having the width of 100%. So actually I'm just going to remove this styling, and instead of that just write this. So let's just change that. This is what we want, and or we can also do a width of 100%. This also looks perfect, right? But we're going to use this, and this is better practice. And the max width that we can do is 18%, so we have that. The padding is 0 pixels, so we don't need any padding. The next part would be to hide the styles. What we can do is dot footer dash links and UL. How do we hide that? We did that in the last video. We do list style to be none, and we won't be able to see any of these in the UL tag, the icons that we have. And then the styling for the font size of it, the font size and everything of the footer title that we have, that we created in the middle section. We are done with the top section now. And in the middle section we have the footer links and this title, the footer title part. We're going to style that dot footer title. The exact values, like I'm going to copy and paste it from here only. Font size is this. As you can see, the font size is 1.4 rem. The letter spacing is 0. What text transform does is, if I remove this line, you will be able to see this is normal, right? But what happens in the footer part, we can capitalize all of these letters only using CSS without writing it in the HTML. So if I do text transform uppercase, it will convert all the text to uppercase, and this will properly work. Also, there is some space between the letters. This is more than normal, right? So for that, we use letter spacing, which is 0.2 rem. Font weight is 500 only. Margin is 0px 1.2 rem. This is basically the bottom margin that we want, and the width is 100% that we already discussed. It has taken up the 100% width, right? So it is working like this. That we wanted to. This is what we wanted to look like. And let's just change this to 100%. Let's grow should be 0, and let's see. Since this is what Zomato uses, I'm also going to use that. I'm just going to show, like I just showed you, Flex one has the exact same effect. As you can see, nothing changed. So yes, we did that. Now let's just change the UL and li tags there. We already have that. So li tag, I'm just going to have it here. Instead of the middle part, I'm just going to do footer links. And you can see these have the proper styling. How do we know the proper styling? With the proper styling is font size is 1.4 rem, the exact same as the footer title, the line height is 2.1 rem, so that they take up the exact space that we want. We've discussed this in the previous video. The color we have changed to be RGB 105, 105, 105. The margin is top and bottom, and then left and right is 0. The top and bottom margin is 0.5 rem, which is basically 5 pixels. And you can see the cursor is pointer. If I hover over it, I can see that takes the cursor, and the width is 100% again. Takes up all the space that it has. Also, yes, this is perfect. This is what we wanted. After this, let's see the social links part. This is taking up a good amount of space, but instead we want it to look like this. So what we'll do is we specifically target the what do we call it? The icons. So how do we call it? Like specify the icons. Also, like this space should be 20 px. We want this gap to be 20 px. So for that we need to, obviously in the middle part, we need to access the column, only the column in the middle. That is why we access that, and the gap should be 20 pixels. So the gap between them should be 20 pixels. Since this was a column, right, we added a column here in the footer links part, footer links column. You can see in the middle section we want, not the middle. Yeah, we named it in this project. Yes, you can see this is a space now. And in the social links, the social link. Okay. Also, we wanted to fit the exact content. I don't think we need this styling right now. This won't do anything. Yeah. This is what it does. It like we wanted this to be the single line, right? This is what it does. Wanted it to be in a single line, and the middle section inside that column, and the footer links there should be in the single line. So I gave it the max width of fit content. This means take up the width of the content. Like the max width would be changed from whatever it was to take up the whole space of the actual content that it has. So this looks good. And now I'm going to change these links so it should UL. As you can see, the displays flex, we've already done that. The gap should be 10 pixels, so and the margin should be 1 rem. So what we want is, we want the dot middle section, and after the middle section, what do we have? We have the socials. So I'm going to have the socials, and then I have the row there. I can just do the social only since I have already added them that there in row. The gap is 10 pixels. That will just show. That will just saw. Is it 10 pixels? Yes, 10 pixels, which is basically 1 rem. Margin is 1 rem 0. Margin. The top and bottom margin is 1 rem, and it is 0 for the left and right. So this is looking good. After this, we actually need to style each of the icons. Now these icons, where did I get these icons? If I show you the code, these icons have been got from Font Awesome. If you go to like FA, I already told you, whenever we take a look at Font Awesome icons or use Font Awesome icons, they use FA tag, and then after that FA and whatever we want, the brand. So LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, anything we want. And now you can see these look like this because I added this type of style. The background color for these is black, the color is white. Because their color is white, the background is black. The padding is 0.5 rem. I'm again converting this to a circle, like we converted the small circle part. We gave it a width and a height of 3 rem, which is basically 30 pixels, and give it a border radius of 100%. These convert this to a circle. Displays flex, and these 3 properties just align anything to the center. Whenever you want to align anything in HTML and CSS in the center, we have basically mostly 2 methods, using position absolute and using the display flex. In this case, I've used display flex with justify content center and align item center. This aligns it in the main axis, this aligns it on the secondary axis, which means in this case, the secondary axis is the vertical axis and the justify content is the horizontal axis. So it aligns itself center like this, and in the vertical axis like this, it centers it like this. So this is how it centers it. This creates a circle, and this is just to give it the styling that you want. Okay, so this is what it looks like. After this, we also need to give it the exact, what do you call it, the dimensions for this, and this is a bit smaller here with some less gap. You can see this button image with the 13.7 rem. This is the exact value of Zomato that they are using. That is, I have written that. There is no other reason. As you can see, this is smaller now. Also, what we need is, this is the less gap. So instead of having it the middle section column, what I'm going to do is, I wanted this to have in the footer links. So I'm just going to change this to footer links, since what is happening is, this is also the middle section and this is also middle. This is why this part is changing. This is getting a larger gap. I think footer links column in the which part? Wait a second. I wanted it to take this form, middle section. So the middle section, and here the gap. I'll just change the gap in this part. Dot footer links. Dot buttons. And I'll just take the gap to be 5 pixels. Now the gap is fine. Here the gap is that we required. Right? The gap is perfect now. After this, we need to move on to the line. How do we want to line this, like style this line? This, as you can see, this HR is not perfect. This is a bit darker. So we need to change the color for the HR. The exact styling for this is this RGB. This is the color for the HR. Now, how do we give the HR styling? Is like this. Like we can give it a footer, and then the HR part. Firstly, the margin top. I'll just give it a margin top of 5 rem, right? And after this, what would happen is, this is the border top only. So I can just give it a border top. This is how, like basically this is a div, and div has a border top. So that is the only thing that shows with the width of 0. That is only the border top is visible. So border top with the values of this solid 1px. Solid because we want it to be a solid 1px. I mean 1px first, we add 1px. How the width should be, the solid should be how it is, and the border color is RGB 207 and 207. This is basically like white but a bit gray, on the grayish side. So that is the thing that Zomato uses. So this, as you can see, we have what we wanted. And after this, the end section also has some padding, having the margin top and bottom. So what the exact value is, we'll just see it here. As you can see, the font size is a bit bigger, the color is a bit different. Line height, here we have the line height again, and the margin top is 2.3 rem. So these are the properties that we have already used earlier. So I'm just converting it to the end section, and let's see what the styling changes. And we already have this like we want it to be. So also this is, as you can see, this is, they are stick together, but we want them to have some gap. This is 5px gap. So we go back to the drop down. Let's see where the drop down is. Okay, so we first need to have top section dot drop downs, and I can do the gap of 5 pixels. And this looks good. This looks exactly like what we wanted it to look, like we wanted to look, right? And this is perfect. This is looking good, and we have that. Okay. And here, as you can see, the display should be a space between, so that they take up their space till the end, and the space, like they are not taking up the whole space, they have some gaps. So instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to the middle section, and instead of this, since we already have added the row in the HTML, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this justify contains space between. So this has taken up the space like we wanted it to till the end, and you can see this looks exactly like we wanted to look, right? This footer is working perfectly, and this is how we created the footer in this video. So we are mostly done with the website. As you can see, the next step would be to make it responsive for the phone. As you can see, if I do this in a smaller screen size, if I do this here, this looks good. This is not bad, but still it can use some work, like it can use some padding here, or this can be perfectly done. As we move to the phone, this becomes much worse looking. Even though the upper things are fine, this input like this input bar or this all of these things are not like working perfectly, right? And this footer is also overflowing. This like this is the actual screen size, but it is overflowing, so it is not looking good. So we are going to fix that in the next video. Otherwise, the website is done. For the laptop, in the laptop, if you scroll up, it looks good. Like everything is working fine, everything is working perfectly. As you can see, this is also opening, all the animations and all, it's working perfectly, and the footer is also there. Okay, so this looks exactly like you wanted it to look. Now the next step is to make it for the phone. This is what it looks like right now on the device, like so smaller devices, and this is what we want it to look like now. Now in the whole video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use media queries and make them so that the device look like the website looks good on the tablet or the mobile or any screen size. Okay, right now it looks good above 800 pixels, that means like above this tablet size. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the styling and make the media queries so that it looks below or good below that. So let's start with this, the navbar part. As you can see, this is overflowing and all. This is not looking good, so we are going to do that. Now let's look at the navbar first. Firstly, let's see, like there is nothing there, like nothing in the navbar, only a user icon is there. So firstly, we will need to have the user icon in the HTML, right? In the nav part, I'm going to have the div class with the user icon name, and in this I need an icon which like shows the user, right? Because the icon here also has a white border there. So yes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to feather icon and search for user, and you can see user is here. So what do I need is I need to have the data feather icon of the user, and this is how we get the user icon. Let's see if it's visible on the screen now. Where is it? Are you able to see that? I don't think it's refreshing properly. Data feather is the user icon. The user icon is, let me just remove this one, so I think the computer has some problem. Okay, okay, there is some issue. Yes, I've already done that where it wasn't visible. Yes, so this user icon is visible now on the screen. Now what we want is we want it to be ideally styled like what we already have here. So I'm going to style it using that. What do we need is we need to access the user dash icon in the CSS, open the Navbar CSS and access that. And then what we need is, firstly, there is this, we have a width of 3.2. Firstly, we need to have a circle, right? So this is circle. First, let's create a circle with the same width and height. So width is 3.2 rem, height is 3.2 rem, and border radius is 100%. We already discussed this is how we create a circle there, and we need it to have a border radius of 1 px solid and for now let's write white, but the exact is the exact code is something else. Let's see what do we have here. So we do not have anything. Wait a second. 1px solid black, and then we need to have a display of flex also, I think. Let's see if it works like this. User dash icon class. Okay, so it's white. Instead of white, I'm just going to add the exact value of it, right? Yes, so this is what we are doing. Yes, so this is what we have. I have the border as this. I have the height 3.2, 3.2. Just if I can take the center, align it to the center, both of them, so that this is aligned to the center. And I need to have a display of flex to have these properties. Justify content and align items. So now you can see this is perfectly in the center. This is how we want it to be styled, right? Now this looks squished. This looks like this is not a proper circle, but this is just because the other elements on the screen. So what we want is whenever the screen goes below a certain size, we want that to hide. And by default, firstly, let's see, by default it is not here, right? So we'll have to give it a display of none here. We give it a display of none, right? Yes. So this is not there by default. It will only show when we want it to, when the screen size goes below this, below 800. Why am I choosing 800? Because most of the tablets, most of the iPads have the size of 800, and we want the website to look same on the iPad, the mobile and all, because they are basically smaller devices, right? So what I do is I like to have the same website below the screen sizes which have 800 pixels in them. That is basically the whole thing. But I'm going to show you everything we are going to code in this specific size, but we are going to mostly have it on this also. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write here media query. This is how we write media query. You have to write @media, and then directly you can start writing max width. This is 800 px. Now what will happen is every styling that I write in this yellow brackets, in these brackets, will only be applied to the screen with the maximum width of 800 px. So that means as soon as you reach 800 px and then increase the size, the styling would not be applied. So what I want is, I want the user icon to be shown, user icon to be display of flex whenever I have the screen size that is less than 800. Okay. So now you can see the screens, as the screen size is less than 800, I can see the icon. Let's try to increase the screen size. As you can see, the screen size is still 632. It is still visible. It is 759, 756. It is still visible. As soon as I cross the 800 mark, you see it's not visible now, right? And you can see it is the toggle point. So that is how media queries work. This is the concept that we are going to be using in the whole video now. So we're going to have it in every file, so to have the 800 px part. And you can see now this is visible, but this is squished. Now in the actual thing, what we have is we do not have anything else except the icon in the header. So I am going to just wait a second, let me just zoom in so that it looks proper. And I'm going to hide all of these things. How do we hide them? We just give them the display of none. Since we just did that with the user icon, now we want them to not be shown the nav left and the nav right part. The nav left part should have the display of none when the screen size is below 800, and the nav right also should have the display of none. Okay, there is some issue here. Let's see. Okay, this has a display of none. This is fine. Nav dash left, nav dash right, nav dash left, nav dash right. Okay. Also, let's give it important just in case. And here also, this should be important. Like now, you can see this is not visible. Also, as you can see in this specific part, this icon is on the right side. I mean, it is aligned on the right instead of the left. So what we have to do is we have to modify the properties of nav in this. So let's write the properties of nav. What we are going to write is we are going to write justify content. Since it's already display flex, what we want is we want it to align from the right side. For that, we can change the display flex justify content property from space between, which was it initially, like you can say it is here space between, from space between to flex end. This will align it on the right side, and it will work properly. Like it looks normal now, except that the padding is a bit different, right? So we need to change the padding here. I'll get the exact values of padding from here. The padding is 0, 1 rem. That means the top and bottom part is 0 and the left and right part is 1 rem. So you can see it here. and except that we have the width is 100% and the height is also reduced. So I'm going to also copy these properties. Now you can see this is working perfectly fine. Okay, so because of the height, it just increased the height and just gave it a padding on top automatically. So we have our header navbar done now. Now next we are going to move to the top section, this section now. Okay, the Zomato part and all. Here you can see the logo is a bit smaller. So what we have to do is we have to do the exact same process, write media max with 800. First we will close this navbar, go to the top section and write in the below part, we can write media max width to be 800 pixels. And then here what we can do is we want this logo. How do we access this logo? Let's see what the logo looks like in the HTML part. We close the header since it's done. In the top section, our logo is BG image. Not the BG image, actually main logo. This is the class. I'll just give it a class of .main-logo. Let's see what the exact dimensions for it are. I'll close this now from here also. Let's see the top part. Okay, so the main logo has a height of 3 rem, width of 16 pixels. Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste that. Height of 3 rem, width of 16 pixels. Earlier it was 6 and 31. So it should get smaller now. It is not getting smaller. You know why is that? Let's see. If we click on this, we can see that our main logo is there. And you can see this is not being applied. Why is this? This is because of specificity in CSS. What that means is that when you have one class name, like you have the main class and then you have the main logo. So this is more specific than just telling you that there is a class called main logo. If you wanted to take this height and width, what we have to do is there are two ways of doing that. Firstly, we can make it more specific by writing main here. As you can see, this will work fine. Or if you don't want to add main, what you can do is you can write important here. This will just override the previous styling that we also used earlier, also this important part. You can also use it here. Now get important, we can see it is smaller now. Okay, this is what we wanted. Yes. The next part, let's see, we have some padding here. Let's go on to the other top thing so that we can see the code. Okay, let's skip this part. There is no padding there, like that automatically fixes itself. Wait a second. Yeah, this is fine. This looks like there is something bad, but now this input part, firstly this input part, the search container, let's see how this structuring the HTML. This input part, yes, the search container, this is a display of flex with this line and the search. Now since this is a display of flex, this is in a straight line, we want them to be one by one so that they look like this. As you can see, this is the first input, this is the second input, so we just want them to be displayed. The flex direction should be columns. So let's go back to the CSS, and there what we want is we want the main and then the search container, and then what we can do is we can do the flex direction. Since display flex is already there, we're just adding some properties, flex direction to be column. Let's see if it's column now. It isn't. Let's see why. Search container, clicking on search container, we do not have column. This is because main top. Now top is another thing, so we have to add top here, or we can add important. That is up to you. I just did it like this. This is better for me. This is easier, and you can see like this is fine. After this, I need the width to be 100%. So width is 100%, but also there is some padding. So let's see if there's some padding. You can see the width is not exactly 100%, but this is calculated minus 2.4 rem. I already told you about the calculate function in CSS. We are doing that. So this is the width that we wanted to take. As you can see, this is the width that it has taken, the required width that we have. Okay. So, and in this part we need since this is perfect only, we just want this to have the justify content of space between, so that this is a line here, this is a line here, and this is in the center. So what I can do is, in the search container, I'll just do main.top.search container, and .location part, since the first part is the location, I'll just do justify content space between, and I will do should have a width of 100%, or you can also do flex 1. Okay, as you can see, this is working fine. You also need to change the padding and all. So let's see what the padding changes to be. Here the height, instead of the padding, you can also change the height, obviously, like we saw in the Navbar part. So here we are changing the height. Why have I done this? Because it is from Zomato only. I've tried to be as authentic as possible with Zomato's thing, so that is why I've added the height instead of having that, and gap is 2rem. What gap means is gap between these elements, what the elements gap should be in case you write inputs and all. So these are the properties that we're doing. Margin tops, so add the margin on the top and the bottom is 0.8, so that there is some space between these two. So I'm just doing that in our own code. Next is copy and paste the whole thing. Otherwise I've explained you everything. So this is what it looks like, and we want this to look like this, so this is basically perfect. Yeah, the next step, firstly we'll also need to, I think, remove. I'll just give the background color of transparent for now. Yes, it is not working. Okay, so let me just give it the white color only. This is fine. Yes. After this, what we want is, in the location input part, we also want this location to have the flex of 1, so that the location also, like this input box also takes up the whole space instead of just this part. I'm just going to copy and paste this here. As you can see, this input is taking up the entire area. Similarly, for the other part, the search part, I'm going to do that in the exact same way. Like you can see it here, we have the margin top, since we need a margin between them. The background color for that is white. The padding, as we know, the padding is required. The width is 100% and the space between we just saw. So this is basically the exact same thing. That is why I'm copying and pasting it. Nothing like that. So yeah, it is properly working now. As you can see, the width is 100% also. It is perfect. And the search icon, the width should be basically, these are basically the exact same thing only. The margin left part, why do we need the margin left? Because of the space we need here. So we're just going to add it like this, and let's see, there still seems to be some issue. This is the search part. Okay, so the width here, we need it to be 100%, so we are changing it to, it is not working properly, so I'm just going to do it important. And the border radius also should be there, right? Okay, but the border radius isn't there. Okay, no worries, we can give it a border radius again. In the location part, you can see the, wait a second, the search container, does it have a border radius? Alright, the border is here, the border radius is 0.8 times. So we can also give this input a border radius of 0.8. Yes, so this looks great. This is what we want. Also you can see this is aligning from the center only. So I'm just going to justify content space between is fine, and this search container should have the width of fit content. Wait a second, I'll just do it important. The search icon. Now this looks perfect, right? This looks like what we want it to be. So the top section is also done, right? The next section we are going to be moving on is to, wait a second, let me just zoom it properly. Yes. So just a bit more zoom. This is fine. Right. Now we are going to be moving on to this options part. Now this options part looks like this. Firstly, we need to, if you select on this, if you take a look at the options, if you take a look at these, if we select these, right, you can see these options, they do not have a flex wrap. So I'll give it a flex wrap so that they can go to the next screen. Also their width is like restricted. Each option's width is restricted. So what I'll do is I'll just select the width. Instead of having the width to be 100%, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a width of 45%, and this should be, wait a second, also there is one other thing. Okay. Let's just see what the width should be. Here we have basically two things. Height is auto, okay. Here we have the maximum, okay. The flex should be okay. Flex 1 also works, right? The flex 1 part, we do not want this flex 1, we want it to be automatic so that it automatically takes a space. As you can see, this is what we wanted. So here also, like if you see, there is the difference between this screen, this is different, and the phone part, this is different. Like according to the styling part, this is a bit longer, that wasn't longer. So yeah, what I'll do is, since we are done with the top part, I'm going to close the top part. We'll go to the options next, right? And here what I'll do is I'll do media again, and here I can do max width to be 800 pixels, and after that we do the exact same process. We want the styling to be below the 800 pixels. Firstly, we need it to be flex wrap. So we'll do options. The flex wrap should be wrap. Okay. And then the single option, what do we want it to be? We want the width to be 45 pixels and the flex to be auto instead of being 1, right? So this is proper, right? Okay. As you can see, this is working fine now. The only issue now we have is this has some padding and this has some different font size. So we are going to just copy and paste that from the code that I've already written, so that we don't have to waste a lot of time. This heading 2 part, firstly, wait a second. Yes, so heading 2 part. Let's see what this is. This is the info title part. Okay. So what we are doing is info title part. We have this part. This font size is a bit smaller. We're going to change that. We don't have a heading here, so this is for the next component, info title. Starting there. As you can see, this is smaller now. And the other part, the description part, it is even smaller, so that we can see it on the smaller screens fully. Info description. This is also fine. And let's see other things. Yeah, this is basically it. Also, other than that, we need the height to be auto, that it takes up the height automatically. Actually, not auto. We can't have it like that. And margin in the main body that we already have in the main thing first. There is a difference in this, so that is why we just need to have an extra margin there. So I'll just add it there. This is because of the extra padding and all we need, right? This is the extra padding for every other component. This was in the main component that we have done, like this part. For this only I just created that. Okay, so this looks good now. This options part looks good. Okay, and in the options part there is also, like at the last part, since this is just 800 px for the phone part, as you can see, max width is this. Wait a second. Now the option on 800. Oh wait, this is just for the phone. Right now for the phone I'm using 500 px. As 500 px, most phones are below 500 px. All the phones are below 500 px and all the tablets are above 500 px, so I used 500 px as the limit here, so I can use max -grid. This will have different styling. This has the styling on laptop, this styling is on the tablet, and this styling that I'm going to write right now is going to be on the phone. Okay, so what I'm going to yes, on the phone. So I'm going to write option as for a single option. I'm going to have this part, and here I was going to have height of auto. Let's see what it looks like now on the tablet. First, the tablet, actually I don't need this height auto part. This is fine itself only. So I just need this option part to be there only. I think that there was a mistake in the previous code, so I just updated it. This looks good now, right? And this on the phone also looks good. And let's see what the other thing is. Okay, we do not need to have anything else, so we don't need this. This looks fine. This looks, the options part looks perfect, like we want it to look. Okay. Other than that, the height has some issue. The height here, let's see what the height is in the option. Each option, let's see what the height is. Max width is there. This is the height is 24 rem. Okay, so let's just give it a height of 24 rem. So you can see this is perfect only. The height is perfect, height of 24 rem. I can do 20 rem here to look more like that. And also with 24 rem, so I need to change the image also. Option. Wait a second, now let's see how do we have this image. Actually no, this is fine. It's fine, this looks good now, right? Like exactly like you want it to look. So this part is done. Next we move on to the collections. Now in the collections part, the other part, the see more part is not there. So let's see what we have named this. We have the see more section. So we close this up, close the main part, go to the collections, write the exact same thing again, add the media. Wherever you want to use media queries, we use this media tag. I mean the media, add the media part, and 800 px again. Okay, what do we want here? We want the C mode to be of display none. So the C mode is display none now, and we want this to be of a smaller font size. Collection should also be of a smaller font size. Let's go there again. Heading 2, as you can see. Okay, so the heading 2 part and the description heading 6 part, these two have a different size, font size, so I'm just changing that. This is again for the smaller screen only, not for the tablet, since on tablet it already looks good. Instead of the tablet, I'm just going to have it on the phone part, this the bigger phone part. Okay, so for this I'm having max width of 500 px for the phone, like I told you in the previous part. This is where it is being used. This is it. This is where it is used. So after this, let's see what this is. This is the heading 6 part, and the heading 6, instead of h6, I'll just type heading 6. So this looks exactly like we want it to look. The next part is to have the collections now. For the collections, let's see what the problem is. This is the collection. For each collection, max width again is 45%. We want it to be 45%, but here it is not. So we take each collection and take the max width to be 45%. Or do we want something else? Let's see. Let's try to again access the first one of them. We have the collection, we accepted that. Instead of 25%. And again, I think we need to have a flex of auto. And I think there still is an issue there. Instead of maximum 45, right? Alright, so we can go back there to take the reference. Since I have to take the reference because obviously there are some styling issues, and the exact dimensions are all given in the code only. So max width for the collection, for each collection, this is fine. And after that, what we need is the collection list. Okay, so the collection list, we did not give it a flex wrap. Ideally, we do not even need to give it here. We can give it on the next line also. We can give it, the initial part, we can give it a flex wrap of the wrap. So this automatically fixes it up. Okay, so this is done. The collection is still not being changed. The width is still not changed. Okay, the display is, wait a second, I think I did something wrong. We want it to be in the collection part, so I'll just do it like this: collection list, flex wrap to be wrap, and this collection should be above there. Yes, so it looks good now, and the tablet also looks good, or actually in the tablet part we want that one. So what we are going to do is, we are going to go to the phone part again, just copy these two lines, and we only want it on the phone, so we are going to add it on the 500 px part, and let's see, this is looking good on the tablet also, and in the phone part this is looking like we want it to look. Okay, we need to zoom in a bit for that, to look at the actual screen size, since something is overflowing at the bottom part. As you can see, this is overflowing, that is why we are not able to take a look at the whole thing properly. But yeah, so everything is fine. This is looking the way we want it to look. Also the height is changed here, so we can change the height here. Let's see, the height is 17.7 rem, so we are changing the height to be 17.7 rem. Our output, so it looks like this. We are getting it perfectly now. Also the headings and all, they are working, they are also the same. Everything is fine. The collections part is also done. The next part would be to move to the localities part. So let's just close the collections part, go to localities, do the exact same thing, write @media max width 800px, and here as you can see, like these are just not taking enough space, like they are not taking 100% space, but we want them to take the full space. Like these are in a column now, so what we can do is in the localities list, or so in the dot localities list we can directly do flex direction of column. Okay, and in each of the localities, what I can do is I can give it a width of 100%. So this is working perfectly like we wanted to do. Okay, and font weight and all, this is perfectly fine. This is looking good. Popular localities part. Other than that, the exact values of flex direction and all, let me just confirm with it. The title part, okay, popular locality title. So as we have already changed that, the title part is here. But wait a second. Right. So we just want the localities only here, and info description, email input, button. Okay, so this is the only thing that we want. The font size of the title, we want to change that. So the font size of the title that we have is locality title. We can do dot locality title. Let's see if it's changed. So locality title is changed. Actually no, not the localities title, but the localities dot title. That is what we want to change. Localities dot title. Why that happened was because locality title is specific to the locality. We wanted to change this, and we have changed this now according to our needs. This is looking good. And now after this, what we want is we want to change this part, the app section part. Now how do we do that? We go back to the app section, close this up, select the app section, go to add media, max width 800px, and now what we can do is, what do we want here? Let's see how it looks like. We want to hide the actual phone image. So if you go there, how do we hide the image? Select the phone image and dot phone image, and we can do display of none, right? Important just in case. So the image is gone now. This is looking fine, and the width for the app section would be dot app section is 100%. This is fine, right? And let's see what the problem is here. Where's the width? Wait a second. The app part. I'm just confirming the exact dimension, and also the content. As you can see, this content has changed the width, changed the margin, and also I'll have to change the margin and all. So what's the part that we have here is let's see our own thing. App content dot app section and dot app content. You know why I'm writing this? This is because of specificity. Because above also I've written this. If I do not write the app section below, it won't apply the styling like you've already seen. So you can see this is also working properly now. Okay, so it is working properly. But in that part, the main body part, the connections part, the localities part, okay. This is fine. This is looking fine. After this, what do we need? We need the phone to be display none. We have done that. And the app section padding is 0 to 1 layer. Padding is 0 to 1 layer. This is the padding. This is what we wanted. After that, there is also something else. Is there? There's nothing. Right. This is fine. This is looking good. But the only issue is here that the app heading doesn't take up the whole space. A second. This doesn't look normal to me. Okay, I think app info is not working fine, so I'll just change the app info part dot app dash info to take the width, the full width. It's taking up the full width. App heading is also there. Everything is there. The app content. You do not need the margin, I think. So margin top is not working properly. Okay, so let's give it a margin. In the margin top part, let's just change it to important. Max width would also be important. And let's just this be important. So this is fine. Okay, let's move on to the next part. We can circle back to it later if there is some other thing, because let's first fix the footer part because it is not letting us see the other things, right? So let me just go to the footer first. I'll just change the footer styling first. Just going to give it @media max width to be 800 pixels. Let's go to the footer here just to confirm what the stylings are. So firstly, we are changing the padding of the footer data. We have the footer data already here, right? Footer data, the padding we are changing so that the space it takes is normal. After that, the socials are display none because we are not showing the socials on the smaller screen. As you can see, there are no socials, so the socials part should not be there. The next part we are doing is we are accessing the top section. The top section is a column now. The top section, this is a column now. As you can see, as it converted to a column, it looks like what we want it to look like. And then the next part is the top image part. The margin bottom should be 3 run. On the footer top part only, the top section, this is basically the logo part, so it has something. Or actually we can just give it on the logo because this is happening. So how can we locally access the logo? Like access only the logo part, top section row, and the other alt. Or wait a second, what I'll do is I'll go there in the footer, in the top section of the part, and I'll give it a class of footer logo. So in the footer part, what I can do is instead of having this, I can just add footer dot footer logo. Okay, so this is looking fine now. Now the middle section, we move on to the middle section. Okay, so also the section part in all of the divs, in all of the rows in the footer, we want them to have a flex wrap of wrap so they automatically have the proper width and align them properly. In the middle part, as you can see, the middle max width is 50% instead of having it to be 25%, and it should work fine now. Also flex of auto 50%. Let's see why it is not working for us. The footer links, the middle section, the flex part, just having space between displays flex. Let's see, we do not need that. And the footer links, flex grow is 0, flex shrink is 0, width is 100%. I think there seems to be some issue. Flex 1. Okay, so this is not working fine because we have to write middle section here and it is not middle. That was the issue. Now we are working fine. Right. So this is what we want, but there is also some other padding and all. Now this is working perfectly, but something else is also like getting overflowed. This part is getting overflowed. The localities part, let's just confirm the localities once so that we have the localities thing done. Let's just see the localities that we have. Locality width is 100%. Already done that. And yeah, that is it basically for the localities also. I'm just confirming it once. This is what we have. This is fine, but something is getting overflowed. let's see what this is. Okay, so the collections part is getting overflowed. Basically the main body, this margin. So instead of the margin, let me just change it to in the main body part. I'll just go to the main body part. I'll just change the padding instead of margin, and now it looks better, right? It looks like I want it to look. This is working perfectly now, right? Yes, so this is there. And the explore options part, this also needs a padding. As you can see, it instead of 0 rem, what I'm going to do is, this is also 2.4 rem, right? So I'm just going to copy this and go to the explore options part, and in the explore options I'm going to give it a media of max dash width of 800 pixels, and then give it the padding. Wait, I'm going to select the explore options, and give it the padding that I want it to have. Wait a second, explore options, we have max width. This one max width should be 100% now, and yes, it is working fine. Also there is some, wait a second, we have 5 rem, and then instead of 0 px we just need to write 5 rem because the padding on top and bottom is 5 rem. So this looks fine now, this looks better, this is also looking perfect. And with the styling, this is the responsiveness done. If you look at the tablet part, this also looks good, like we want it to look like. Okay, so this is basically how you convert using media queries to everything to be responsive. So in this video we made everything responsive and for the phone, and that was it. So, and we are mostly done with the thing. Basically we have done the whole thing. So that was it for the video. I'll see you next time.